Oh.
What a bullshit presentation.
Let me check. And we are... Nobody, don't worry about it. Nobody's watching. We are live again. Welcome back, people that aren't here. You just get out, chat amongst yourselves. We're back. I hope everybody watched that. Jolly good, Rob. We always rely on Rob. Let me just check here. It's coming through right, isn't it? Sound and all that. Sounds good. Yep. Oh, no, wait a minute. That's the old one. Are we live again?
Yes. Seems to me that we are.
Yes. Jolly good.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah,
you're good.
Yeah, we're live.
Jolly good. Okay, welcome back, everybody, or few people. Everybody in Discord, anyway. If you've been in Discord listening to that, OMG. We've got a new celestial navigation expert. He's using the wrong formula, at least since McToon's told everybody that that's the wrong formula for looking at lights in the sky, right? That formula only works for drop of the land, right? It's a reverse engineered Alberuni. Definitely the wrong chat. Yeah, it says we've only got one viewer. There you go, 11. That's better. Okay. So, I forgot about that. I forgot about Beddy doing his presentation over at Blues, and it's sort of like one of the special moments. I think, like we like to see the fruits of our labours to fruition. So it wouldn't be right for us to like miss out on the live to go over that, because I feel a connection with Beddy. And it was quite nice to see that Brenda's liking doing a little bit of logic as well. You know, learning a bit. It's good. Because it's for everybody, logic. It's a way for us to understand, root out fallacies and all of that. It's really weird trying to do logic as a diletheist, I bet. I bet it's like a foreign language that you just can never understand. Even though you can speak it and you know all of the words, it's like gobbledygook. It doesn't really mean anything, even though you know the words. There was a few little links, and you can tell that these guys, they've got us on their mind. Rightly so. I mean, like we were there with him in spirit within that presentation that he did. So, well done. That was good. I did enjoy it. And we can go over it. It's one of those things where it's just overloaded with points like it. I think it's going to need it to be going over. But, I mean, I think he did well. It's been a while since we've seen any presentations like that. So has anybody got any nice points about Beddy's garden?
Maybe
You like shadows?
Yes, Eratosthenes was a great celestial navigator then.
He must have been.
But still, I am missing this complex formula for time.
That's what I wanted to hear, an explanation. But they said he already been through it. Did you guys hear it? I didn't hear it.
I think that he was leaving that up to somebody else. Somebody else has told him about the formula for time being complex.
Time equation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very complex, apparently.
Maybe it was even too complex for him, so he couldn't repeat that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to criticize or anything, but I mean, that was meant to be a like, does celestial navigation work? That's how it was built. Blue Marble built it. It's been going for a week, and I was hoping for some sort of a lesson. He just said, yes, it does, and then told us about some guys on boats that went on trips. I didn't really get an idea of how we know it works, other than, I mean, people can get from A to B. I mean, I've never doubted that, right? You can look at a star in the sky and go, I'll go in that direction. Which is, I think that's what celestial navigation is. You use the lights in the sky to direct you to where you're going. That works best when you know where you already are. Right there, to go there. Surely that's
Hey,
it.
Bev.
Yeah.
Hey, Bev, I don't mean to throw you off or whatever, but in the YouTube, I don't know if you know that I don't know if you're still sharing that text channel.
Oh, okie dokie.
Yeah, sorry.
There you go. Yeah. So, here we go. What was the other one? So look at the chat. That was good. I mean, I didn't even go in the chat when I was watching that. Yes, there's definitely something going on with them. I mean, I think we're getting a grip of the reason why they dislike horizontals. Because I don't know, the understanding of a horizontal is like a straight line or a plane, and I don't know where he sort of explained that. I don't get how celestial navigation works, but it just works because you go in that direction, surely. Isn't that what you do? I mean, that's always been my idea of celestial navigation. But the claim that we've heard, the one that specifically we've been talking about, is the one where they say celestial navigation lets you know where you are, like a GPS system. It lets you pinpoint your position, which is not navigation. That's not what navigation is. In my eyes, anyway. You don't navigate yourself by finding out where you are. But I mean, maybe I'm just a stickler for those words.
He did mention the magic book.
He did mention the magic book, didn't he?
Yeah, and I was hoping that he would elaborate,
But
he did not.
Yeah, he said, like, that's it. It's like the elusive magic book, right? Always talked about, never seen, never explained. Nobody knows what it is.
Not by them. Yeah, and he did mention it by the name, The Magic Book.
Yeah, and like, I don't know whether you've ever heard us say about you can do fuck all with an angle. Well, I think Beddy had a big list, didn't he, of all of the things that you actually need. So it appears that you don't just have an angle. Now, I don't know why they couldn't have just said that. Well, we don't just have an angle.
Well, they don't say that you need a magic book with that angle.
No. They just say you just measure an angle and that's it. You can work out where you are. That's always been the problem.
Yeah.
So whether they're just switching it now to mean something else. Nobody's ever said that you can't look at a light in the sky and walk towards it. Or away from it.
GPS part requires a magic book.
Yes. They wrote the book.
And I haven't heard anybody talking about that book.
No. No, they've swapped whatever they imagine the argument to be to something that they can build a straw man. It's quite, it's obvious that an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another. It's problematic. That very straight line. That's the problem. But Beddy did the thing. He says celestial navigation works. And he also said in that presentation that horizontal equaling level is akin to a flat earth. That's the flat earthers say that. Only flat earthers, or I mean, because I'm not a flat earther. I definitely say that level is definitely horizontal. It's not really a flat earth thing. It's an everyday thing. It's a reality thing.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth. I was trying to get to the mute button. I'm like, I'd call myself a flat earther, and I think level is horizontal. I think it's a reality thing.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Nothing to do with the shape of the earth, unless you want to use it and able to measure elevation changes. Then you can map it and draw it on a map with the elevation changes. You can literally see the elevation changes of the land within an elevation profile. But Beddy said, it's not. Blue Marble said it's not. McToon said it's not. All of these top Blue Marble scientists, and even Beddy said they're like priests with this science. Modern science, anyway. That's what Beddy was saying, I think. I may be misquoting him, but I think that was what I got as the general gist. But I like the idea of the logic. Conversation afterwards. Has anybody got anything about Beddy's presentation they want to go over quick?
It was not about celestial navigation.
Yeah, nobody learned how to do celestial navigation. I didn't, that's for sure.
Me too.
We didn't talk about the
Same.
book, which is an essential part of their navigating. So I learned zero. I learned more from a YouTube video.
Some stories about Shackleton and Cook and whoever else. Some fairy tales and some stories, some equations, shadows in the garden. Yes, but not.
Yeah. Jason and the Argonauts looking for the fleece. Yeah.
So, if somebody were to say to you, like, does celestial navigation work?
I don't know. From Baby's presentation, I still don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, you get...
I thought it only worked if you had a book.
Well,
you need the book.
No, see here, this is where I'd say, if you want to know in what direction you're going, then you could use the light in the sky. Right? I mean, you could do that. You could navigate yourself-ish using the light in the sky. I'd still say you could. So it does work. Now, did I get any of that information from Beddy? No.
No, you didn't.
Oh. What could you say that you got to aid you in your presentation to somebody about how celestial navigation indeed does work? Gained from Beddy's.
Zero. He talked about clocks, didn't elaborate. He said a name, didn't elaborate. He talked about a time equation. He didn't elaborate. He didn't elaborate on anything, really. Sorry, Betty, but it's the truth.
Didn't even see a sextant. How
Yeah.
it's used. What
Nothing.
the
Declination,
process.
book, how they have to correct for this angle, correct for that measurement. None of that.
It's a bit of a letdown, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, Betty. Fail. I do like the fact that Brenda went in there to talk about the logic afterwards, though. Shows that Brenda's got logic on the mind. The little piece about dilatheism. I bet if you were to clip that out, I bet Brenda said that he doesn't understand about true contradictions. Literally doesn't understand them. Because Brenda's the one that told us about diletheism. Literally pointed us at it and said, look, here, Pierce, look at it. Look at it. Paraconsistent logics. Of course you can have them.
Yeah, you can have diletheism. You can believe in two aletheas, two truths. Wow, that's some doing. I can't do that. I'm a non-dialetheist.
But I'm guessing. I think you might have to be. Because
I'm a monotheist, if there's such a thing.
if, for instance, you want to take on the idea that the globe is in fact like a model that you have in the corner of the room, then you do actually have to have two truths, because the angle that's formed between two straight lines can't be formed between two straight lines. And there's the problem. They can't get rid of one of the straight lines, but they have to get rid of perpendicular in the mind.
While showing you diagrams on a graph, like that yesterday was just astonishing. Showing the graph and then showing a curve and then saying that's horizontal. That was like truly unbelievable.
There's better to come.
Yeah, I'm
is.
sure there is.
Brenda's leading the way. And now Beddy's told them it has to be. Everybody's heard it now within this community. Not to say that we've been playing a game, but we know, or we've known for quite a while, that there is an end to this game. And these guys are doing it to themselves. Welcome to the end. And we don't have to do anything. It's already been done. It's already been said. They're going in a downward spiral. I don't think they can come back up again. I don't think you can actually come out of this at all. Anyway, so Beddy's shown himself to be a obviously not logician. That's one character that won't work at all, and I'm sorry. Like we do. We're not talking about being masterminds here or anything. And we're not talking about actually doing presenting a course on logic. What we do here is open things up to conversation and allow any learning tools to come. Now, me personally, so grateful to Raven for bringing us the Trivium. The Trivium is the lost tools of learning, as the book states. Logic's just gone from the thought process, and strangely enough, it's the foundation of mathematics. It's the foundation of science. So why would they want to make logic disappear? Because it sniffs out bullshit. And there's a certain group of people that want to make science based around a load of bullshit. They want to put contradictions in because they can't see contradictions. Like Brenda said, they're struggling. They're struggling because we've got proofs. There are proofs within Euclid. And here's the kicker. Euclidean geometry is the geometry that everybody uses in reality. No different. Like the geometry that everyone uses to build houses and everything. Map the land. All CAD programs, all elevation profiles, all drawing plans are on square paper. The squares are the grid reference that makes up the land of all plans, all elevation profiles. The surveyors map the land using horizontals. It's so obvious. Now, if you want to think you live on a globe, then do it. But you're going to have to incorporate level being horizontal. You have to. Accept the paradox. You accept fucking loads of them already. Everybody does. It's no big deal. It's not going to change anything. It's already there. Everybody knows it's already there. Oh, Mike, well done in the chat. You got a shout out in the blue stream. Well done. Always good to know that our people are working diligently, posting truthful things right into the chat. Triggers them, doesn't it? It's like honesty and truth now are triggering. Thinking about what do you reckon to troll him with the truth, because it does feel like that a bit, doesn't it?
Truth trolling.
Yeah. Because these people do get really upset when people say truthful things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes all it takes is one truthful meme and they go berserks. You'll see 5-10 of them start attacking you. One meme.
There are certain statements that you can make. And there's one statement that these guys are keeping away from. And it'll get used more and more, right? Try this one. Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. It's good. You can do that with loads of sort of things as well. You can say plumb and level are perpendicular. It's a good statement, isn't it?
Stop with the crazy talk.
You could also say latitude and longitude are perpendicular.
Not on a globe.
Yeah, they
The
are
lines meet. Don't you know that, dummy?
perpendicular at right angles.
Yeah, it's crazy the stuff they have to put in their mind, you know, to go against that. Yeah,
Can you have
and
perpendiculars that aren't either perpendicular or parallel? The answer's no. You can't. It's just impossible. So all of the truth statements of the things that are perpendicular to each other, it's a very geometric statement. And that's going to be truth trolling. Because if you say vertical and horizontal are perpendicular and level and plumb are perpendicular, well, you've just made an equivocation thing, a transitive law of equivocation. You could just easily do a equals through that. Because even Blue Marble states that vertical and plumb are the same thing. I should have done that wrong, really, shouldn't I? I might have to have a go at rewriting that. Oh, actually, Saragaki's already done it, hasn't he? Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Ah,
That
see, all
one's
of the
done.
proofs are already been done by other people. How could that possibly be? Well, I'm guessing it's just reality, isn't it? Truth trolling.
Truth trolling. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take that one.
Now, there aren't many people that get triggered by hearing the truth, are there?
Oh, yes, there are. Well, the people around here, anyway. Not in reality. Well,
Yeah,
I'll have to rethink that statement because I've talked to some people and no, they don't want to accept it. Some of them close to me telling me about spinning buckets of water and stuff like that in their mind.
Right. Mobius has brought this one up. This is Blue Marble. I think this was this before Beddy's thing? So I mean, it's a little bit cheating. This isn't Beddy's, is it? So, but I mean,
No.
This is Blue Marble and his what, diverging verticals? Really?
Reciprocal.
Is that what he's calling it? Diverging verticals? Or
They changed it now.
Well, I'm thinking the way he ends up with this, it's Blue's proof that horizontals aren't parallel. I think this is the way he gets around that. I think that's what he was doing. Because the debate.
Isn't this the zenith angle stuff? Isn't this the zenith angle stuff? Now they're changing it. Another name now. From the pendulums to zenith angles.
He's got vertical. He's got vertical and horizontal on the page. Like you can't get away from that.
That's right. Yep. Imagine those being pendulums now, everybody. At a tilt.
Well,
no matter what you name them, I'm always going to remind you. Always. Picture those now being pendulums. Or I mean plumb bobs. Sorry. So we have two plumb bombs pointing inwards at each other. And we've got a curved surface with the word level written on it.
Let me sort this camera out now. Right, so I did say we'd go over Page's proof, which is sort of this on the board, just to go over, so everybody can see for what they're seeing there. Now, and also, okay, where we have to go.
Yep, the insanity of this picture.
Wait a minute, have I got my screen still on for you guys? Nope. Here we go then. There you go. Can you guys see that?
Good in Discord, yep.
Okay, so you can see my camera.
Yeah, the whiteboard.
Yeah. Okay, so the laser level. Do I need me pipe? Get me pointing pipe out. Okay. Laser. I need to get that out. Shining in my eyes. Okie dokie. So this here is what we call a level, right? This is this here laser level, and this is what it does. It throws this. You just move this up and down to get this wherever you want, and then this one's level or horizontal. This one is vertical or plumb. Very simple. Turn that off for a bit. So if we have, because they've got this one here, can you see this? That's a plumb bob. And this is a plumb bob here as well. This one. And there's one here. So there's 3 plumb bobs. Ooh. And magnets. You see that, Emma? Yeah. There. Yeah. So we've got this line here, and then you've got 1, 2, and 3 plumb bobs. This one will be horizontal, level, and then these plumb bobs are going to be perpendicular to it. One of them's swinging still. Now, where's that one? Blue's picture. Get that back on the screen.
That's the beauty, yep. Just keep this in mind. Reality.
Boom, there you go. Right, so what... Oh, that over there. What you've got here is Blue Marble's got the horizontal and the vertical diverging. Right now, it's a straight line, the horizontal, and vertical is perpendicular to that straight line, and vertical is a straight line, meaning that anywhere along the straight line you can have a perpendicular to it, formed just like that, like Blue Marble's showing there. Here, this vertical, well, to start off with, this horizontal here, if you can see. Oh, the cursor's not showing, is it? I wonder why that is. Oh, there you go. There you go. That's a horizontal that's sloping. And this one over here is two horizontals that are sloping. They are parallel, these ones.
Uh-huh.
But like Mobius shows here, these aren't the line of sight, because he's not got one line of sight. He's got two. He's got two different horizontals intersecting. So this isn't...
And look where they're looking. Look at the direction they're looking at.
So, let me go back to this whiteboard. So what you could say is that very early on, if Blue Marble has this, like that, then is there any way that you could draw this like Blue Marble science and say that that's a horizontal? Because this is the, well, I call it a trick, but it's not. He literally draws a horizontal not being horizontal. Now, I can't get these plumb bobs to tilt. But I mean, I suppose if you were to do this, move that over there like that. Let's see. It's about there like that. Right, so Blue Marble, this is what he wants you to imagine in his drawing. Oh, actually, no, wait a minute. That one there, and then we'll move this one over there like that. Something.
That's better.
Does that look good there? And we'll keep this one like a normal, like vertical, right? We'll keep this one like a vertical, and we'll tilt these two here to make it. That's now. As you can see, this one might be perpendicular here. This bit. This isn't.
It's a fantasy. Just to even imagine that could happen.
So if we go back to Blue Marbles, right? Because this is one of the tricks that they do. I'll quick get back again. There you go. Are you guys seeing that on my screen as well through the camera?
Yes, yes.
Oh, nice. Good. Right, so what you've got here is the Blue Marble doesn't extend this horizontal. He cuts it short. Because if he were to do it, exactly like Paige said, way back in the day, when you spot something like it's a magic trick, if Blue Marble were to extend this horizontal, it would come all the way over here and it would intersect this vertical, not perpendicularly, violating the law that says horizontal and vertical are perpendicular. If you go along with Blue Marble science, you would have to say that horizontal is not always perpendicular to vertical, which nobody has ever said, and they're scared to say it. They're scared to say what they really mean, because when they say verticals aren't parallel, they're saying this. Something impossible is a consequence of what they say. So remember that, right? This horizontal gets extended to intersect this vertical. and horizontal and vertical are always perpendicular. This is a violation of horizontal and vertical being perpendicular. Simple as that. Now, Blue Marble's little trick with Euclid. So many fallacies involved in that, Blue. I'm not really going to go over those today. But I mean, we can do. It'll be good to go over the triangle axiom again. To go to the fundamentals, the basic understanding of what Blue's doing.
Also, does that horizontal lift off the ground?
Tilt, slope.
And the other one, does that one also?
In the opposite.
Off the ground?
The opposite.
So do we
the
have
exact
two?
Opposite.
So we have two meeting horizontals in midair?
Yeah, we have an intersection of horizontals causing the angle. As everybody knows, the angle between two horizontals is called the equipotential angle of adjustment. Thank you very much, George. God bless the
There you
soul.
have it.
Yep.
Two crossing horizontals, ladies and gentlemen.
But again, as well to note, with the consequences of the Blue Marble science into this particular geometric thing is that the horizontals slope differently. That's one of the statement that you can make. If you're a Blue Marble scientist, you could quite easily add that into your repertoire.
And they meet in midair.
Yes.
You can add that one as well.
Yes.
Live dissemination of this nonsense.
You could also say, to be fully contradictory, that horizontals don't actually exist beyond a point.
Oh, that's been done. Yeah.
As well. Yeah, I know. I'm saying all of the contradictory things that you can say once you become a fully fledged Blue Marble scientist.
I was trying to explain that one to them over on Geos before, and they were going, what? Huh? I go, yeah, it's over, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Blue said it. It's gone. Oh, also, how about this one? Remember this one? There's no horizontals in nature.
Mm-hmm. It's on the whiteboard.
They couldn't believe that one either. I said, yeah, Blue actually said that. Yeah.
Also, even if all you need is a straight line between the 2 points in Blue's example, he doesn't have that. He doesn't have an established relationship. He's got it should be, it could be, it might be, it looks like it, but he doesn't have an established relationship. So there's no straight line connecting the 2 angles that he thinks are diverging.
But they did point theodolites at each other, didn't they?
Yeah, but theodolites don't establish a straight line. They just measure an angle. So you need the straight line in order to put the 2 together, in order to relate them to each other, to make any kind of claims as to what their relationship to each other is. You can't have 2 unrelated angles and say, well, I looked at this other, place, and that's, a straight line, isn't it? Well, no, you don't know until you measure it. I mean, it's a painstakingly difficult process. It's tedious. That's why it takes so long to do, establish a horizontal line, let alone a straight line, especially at some distance.
May as well
You can't just do it all in one shot. You gotta do it in steps to validate that it's a straight line. I mean, there's 3-wire leveling that's, very difficult, first order stuff. And these guys are just saying, oh, you just point this angle measuring device at another angle measuring device, however far away, and just take for granted that that they don't need, or they think that they don't need an established relationship between the two locations. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to, like I've always said, I've never wanted to talk about surveyors because they are professionals, and I don't think you want to be bringing people into this arena, especially people who have done the jobs like that, right? But this has to be said. That what they're talking about, that's not surveying.
No,
It's
that's
not
what I
a
mean.
surveying thing. It's just two old dudes that aren't around here anymore, can't speak for themselves, that are just going up a hill and measuring an angle. That's it. Blue
And
can
I've
call
tried
it
to
whatever he
suggest to
wants.
Blue. I've tried to suggest to Blue that he needs to contact the people who have given him this example, because this isn't his stuff, and he needs to contact them and ask them how they establish that relationship between those 2 points. Because if it's just a sight line with a tool that doesn't, it's not used the way that he's expecting it to have been used.
Yeah,
They need to come up with something better.
They've handed Blue a paralogism, and this is one of the worst ideas. Because
Yeah, absolutely.
when you talk about this right now, Blue used proposition 29 within Euclid in order to say this is a proof. But proposition 29 is a proof for parallel lines. You can't use a proof for parallel lines to say that the lines aren't parallel. It's ridiculous. I don't know how he's managed to get into that. Like, I've got a square here. So what I'll do is I'll use proposition 1 for an equilateral triangle and say it's not an equilateral triangle. Therefore, it's a square. Parallels. I'll use something that's not parallel to prove that it's a square, because it's parallel, isn't it? If I prove it's not that, then it must be what I'm talking about, which is childish. Just fundamentally wrong. But I mean, this is blue marble science. This is exactly what we're dealing with now. These methods. Blue marble telling you that there's a tilt to verticals. The tilting verticals. Sloping horizontals. And I know it has to happen on a globe. Has to. Does it bother me? No. It's fine. I know it has to happen. Everybody should know it has to happen for it to be a globe in your mind. Has to be. Stark Odder's covered a good chat. Anybody want to try that? Because it's Euclid night, right? Stark Odder has asked, is there more than one way that two vertical lines can lean away from each other? I'd say there isn't even one way. Anybody else want to have a go? Answering
I just told them the
Stark
verticals
Odders.
don't lean.
Yeah.
There is
If
no
you've got a
way.
leaning vertical, then you've got something that's not vertical.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's not vertical, then it's not vertical. That's quite simple.
Yeah, pretty easy. Self-evident.
You don't have verticals tilting. It's not vertical. If there's any tilt. But hey, this is blue marble science. We know what it can't be, but yeah, Jeff, that's why we're calling it trolling with the truth. Because no, there's not many people that get triggered by it. I don't think there is. I mean, who get upset about vertical being perpendicular to horizontal? And everybody knows what the implications of the verticals, right? One of the questions, thank you, Mike, that we have is perpendicular, right? Can you, ask everybody now, right? Picture this. Can you construct a square using nothing but horizontal lines? Just horizontal lines, 4 of them. Could you make a square with those 4 horizontal lines? It's not a trick question.
Yeah, you cannot, of course, because
Yeah, you
they
can.
are parallel.
Of course you can.
Yeah.
You mean horizontal?
Yeah,
So
on a
some
plane.
of them,
Lines.
4 horizontal lines on a plane.
but okay, but this plane should be horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah, so you could make a horizontal square out of just horizontal lines. It would be a horizontal square, and strangely enough, it would be on a horizontal plane. It would be a horizontal square formed upon a horizontal plane, because all four lines would be horizontal.
Can you make a square with 4 vertical lines?
That's a good one. I like that. That's a good one, right? Next
I thought of
question.
that one yesterday.
Yeah.
I have the answer, but yeah.
Anybody else want to give us a guess whether you could form a square using nothing but vertical lines?
Yes, because
4 of them
on vertical plane. Yes.
on a wall. Correct.
No,
You
no,
don't think so, man?
nope.
Let's hear it.
Vertical
This-
is one axis, one dimension only. Horizontal is 2. X and Y make up the horizontal plane, and vertical makes up the Z. Therefore, you cannot make a square using only verticals.
It's true. You only have 2 sides. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, next question. Could you make a square using verticals and horizontals?
That would have to be a yes.
I would agree.
Anybody? Mm-hmm.
I would agree.
Yes, of course. Horizontal and verticals. Yes, yes. No problem.
It's a pity we haven't got any fanatics in here. Any of the horizontal denying cult members to come in.
That was just an exercise in logic, what we just did there.
Straight
No
lines.
arguing, no
Euclid.
cussing, no. Yep. Verticals and horizontals.
That's the sort of conversations we have around here. Those sort of things. Break things down to the fundamentals. Make sure you can't make it any simpler. Now, try that conversation with a few people. See how it goes. Because once you know the fundamentals of what they've done, these people, you will find out that it goes deep down into the roots of logic, mathematics, geometry, the reasons why what we've just been talking about can't be. Has to be different than that. And there will be people that tell you all sorts of things. They'll test your metal, let's say. How good your conviction is. How do you know? Do you know that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular? Because there's going to be some strange times coming. Because we've got, let's say, the cream of the crop of the blue marble scientists. They've been in here, in this Discord, for quite a bit. And they've been learning how to perform the blue marble scientific method, which deals with contradictions and how they can dismiss contradictions. It's basically a contradiction dismissal society group of people. And they hand these conclusions that they come to. They hand them out to each other, and then everybody else just parrots them. There's a group of a few people that make these paralogisms up for people to push. We call them the Paralogism Advisory Council, of which Stark Odder is definitely one of them. I'm beginning to think Blue Marble is a leading member. Blue Marble Science, sorry. Blue Marble Science, the person that has the YouTube channel, not the scientific body of the Blue Marble. Although I don't think there's much difference. I think he would class himself within that. A forerunner within that group, I think.
Well, they're a selected. What do they call that room? The keep, not the keep. The
Blue Ops.
Blue Ops. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, the scientific method is that these guys get triggered by the truth. Well, sometimes it may not be the truth. They just get triggered by anything, really, right? But around here, they get triggered by simple truths. And then they go away to their little group. And instead of coming and talking to us about it, they go and make up some way of easing their mind due to the conflict that they've been shown, perhaps, maybe contradiction. And they find a way to dismiss the contradictions. They've been doing it for years. It's a well-developed system that we have here. There's two groups. Each of them talk about each other's models, and then they try and come up with arguments. Not really arguments, but circular reasoning that just goes round and round in circles. And they've developed this method now, and they've ended up, don't know how they ended up like this. In fact, I probably do, but let's say we don't. We haven't got a clue how they ended up here, but we've ended up with Blue Marble Science, the guy, the YouTube channel owner, debating level is horizontal. He said level isn't horizontal. That's what he said. And now we've got Betty doing it. We've got everybody else doing it. But when it comes down to it, the proof within level being horizontal is just as simple. If A equals B, B equals C, then A equals C. I mean, everybody can do it. Everyone can logically perform that sort of an association with something like level. So simple. But it's much easier to not bother thinking about it. Most people living their daily lives don't think about this. Why would they want to? It doesn't make any difference to anyone. It means a lot to a small group of people, though. So much so that they have to deny a basic, obvious fact. Common truth. Self-evident truth. And because it starts with level and horizontal, you can lead it all the way back to geometry. The links are there. You can tell exactly when. And then if you link the geometry problems back through history, you'll see there's people that go mad having to deal with this. It affects the mind terribly. Having to come to a contradiction and have to accept it breaks people's minds. I'd advise against it. Just keep logic there, right? And the secret to all of this, to tell my son a little bit earlier, it's called epoche. SE probably says it better.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Epoche. That's
Epoche.
pretty.
I like it. It's got a nice ring to it. It just means what you do. Any dogma, right? If you even get a sniff of dogma, you just reserve judgment. You don't have to go one way or the other. If there's no way of proving it, you don't have to take a side. Nobody's forcing anybody to do that. Just reserve judgment. It's dead easy. What happens once you do that as well is that you there's this thing called ataraxia, or LOSE. Is that all right? Ataraxia.
Perfect. Ataraxia, yeah.
Sounds harsh, that, compared to epoche, doesn't it? Ataraxia.
Epoche.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds more, yeah.
And that means that's sort of a state of serenity, a calmness. Some may say not giving a shit, to bring it to common terms. But once you know the things you actually know, and you are sure of those things that you do know, you know that you can't know certain things. So just be okay with not knowing.
Yeah, you'll never know certain things. I mean, learn to deal with that. That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, and just because somebody else knows it doesn't mean that they can bash you with their knowing, because you already know your stuff and you don't bother telling them about everything that you know. So why try and throw all of that stuff? Engage in conversation and then we might know more. That's where I think we should be at, really. We shouldn't really be getting triggered at people saying basic things that are taught to school children about squares and stuff like that, and vertical and horizontal. I mean, nobody gets told that the X and Y graph aren't really the vertical and horizontal that we have in reality, because it's the vertical and horizontal that you know in school is exactly the same vertical and horizontal that everybody uses in reality. Horizontal has 0 slope anywhere across the entire plane, from corner to corner, every corner to every corner. No point higher nor lower than any other point on it. Simple. All perpendiculars to that plane, provably so, will be parallel. Perpendicular to a horizontal is a vertical. All of the perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be vertical. Simple. And the way you tell it's neither higher nor lower is you measure the height of the verticals in between the horizontal planes. If there's no change, it's having no point higher nor lower. It's crazy that anybody would think it's any different. Maybe they've been forced into it. Maybe somebody's told them that it can't happen. And the good thing about this, right? It's not flat Earth. Because these horizontal planes being parallel is exactly how we measure elevation changes. And elevation changes obviously mean it's not flat. Simply. It's maybe a hard truth for people to get a grip of. But let's face it, it's not flat. We can measure it by using parallel horizontals. That's how we know it's not flat. And when that turns into the best argument there is, I'm not too sure why people aren't using it. Maybe people like to think that the Earth's flat wrongly. I don't know what the argument would be for a flat Earth. And I don't know how they put it up against that proof that it's not flat. Inconvenient truths of the triggering kind. Also, flat isn't an orientation. And you can do fuck all with an angle. Has anybody got any others?
Yeah, water doesn't hump or drop.
Yeah, we know how water flows.
Yeah, unless it's going over a cliff, like a waterfall, or swelling up against a bank. Yeah, water doesn't hump or drop.
Elevation change is how you get water to flow.
Yes,
You don't-
sir.
If you don't have any elevation change, i.e. an equal elevation, then there will be no flow to water.
Can't deny that.
No. And you can't deny that they measure elevation changes between horizontal planes by using a vertical.
No.
I don't want to trigger too many people though, but I mean, I think Blue Marble Science has got his still got his stream going on. I bet he's dealing with the aftermath of the priesthooding of the science, the new religion, Blue Marble Science, not the usual science. He did make a differentiation between science, not knowledge, and the new priesthood science, didn't he? Did you notice that?
Yeah.
That was good of him,
yeah.
that. Well done, Betty. I hope everybody goes over that and takes all of the specific points out of it.
He confused science with technology.
Yeah, blue marble science, right, with actual science. He said the other one was the acquisition of knowledge, which is obviously what we deem science to be. Could be the science of anything, as long as you get or can acquire knowledge through that process. That's science.
Yeah. I was impressed when he mentioned by name the magic book. That was special. I really like that.
Have we still got Stark Odder, the guy that nobody, well, the person, let's say, we don't know, that nobody's ever talked to, claiming all sorts of proofs.
I think he's buddies with WS. It's gotta be.
WS has seemed to have gone quiet, hasn't he? Or is he still around somewhere? Or has he like literally just disappeared into different character accounts?
I haven't heard a while.
Now
that you mention it.
That's strange, that, isn't it? After not talking for years and being around with Ranty. Ranty's best mate. He was the top guy over there. Head mod.
And Ruhif. At one point, I thought, he's around. Ruhif is around. At one point, I thought WS was, when I had the twin boat paradox with the double drop hump, and they drew that thing with the parallel lines in the air with the horizontals pointing up in the air. That picture goes way back. And, of course, Blue drew something similar. But I thought that was WS.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah. Sloping horizontals.
Yeah. Sloping horizontals, tilting verticals. All that came. I thought it was from WS, but apparently Ruhif drew that. Ruhif is behind that.
Well, and Rumpus, everybody's been programmed. This is the idea of programming. People have shown you pictures. McToons has got a page on his website dedicated to it. Rumpus has been drawing his pictures. You've been given all of these for years.
Yeah, Rumpus has the plumb bobs hanging around the 360. All pointing in the center.
Let me have a look. Because I came to this place through Twitter. Right now. I think if I go on my... Wow. Yeah. I've got some of these things from Twitter that we had ages ago, because when we first started doing these water level tests things, when we were initially bringing these out, these guys cut the teeth, let's say, within this argument on Twitter. The people that you're watching nowadays all learnt these arguments, because these arguments didn't exist before we started talking about water levels and, making a test. And this, you can tell how long ago this was, because we hadn't even put the tap in the center to let these guys know how it would be done, right? But that's literally what they say. The middle is above. So they've got one of those water levels. The blue one. Literally being higher. Yeah, the red one. The red one is equal, but the blue ones are individual smaller ones that aren't horizontal. Yeah, they've got a lift to tilt to them. Yeah. Can you guys see this? So this blue one here and this blue one, according to this line, they're different. It's different than this red one.
It's higher. Yeah.
The red one's even. But the blue one isn't even. It's crazy. But that's what has to go on. Now, this is at Twitter. This is before I came to this. I see if I can find some more of this, because I, like I say, I've been through it with these guys on Twitter. There you go. This is the sort of stuff that they move to. There we go. We're talking about water levels, right? When I was just talking about a water level test, and they said expectations on a flat earth. Well, no, it's expectations in reality. Get rid of that. It's ridiculous. This is reality. All of them being of an equal altitude above the land.
Has to be like that. There's no
that's
way
it.
around that.
It's not on the earth. It's got fuck all to do with the earth. This is the water levels. The earth won't affect a water level. Stop it. And then expectations on a globe. Because it's different than reality. And how different is it? Well, it's that different, apparently, that the black one is even and the red ones aren't.
Fantasy, sheer fantasy.
So the horizontal, right, expectations on a globe when you involve water levels is that the one on the outside will actually be level and the ones on the inside will have a different slope to them. So this level from here to here is different than this level from here to here because they slope in different directions, but it's also different than this level from here to here. There's, in this space from here to here, there are 3 different horizontals, or 3 different levels, let's say, across that, because of globe. It is globe. That's what has to happen.
Triletheism.
Blue marble science. Look, see how the verticals are tilting. Look how ridiculous this is.
This is special pleading fallacy, because if these levels are behaving differently for no reason, because there is no reason why they should behave differently. There is no reason here told why these red and black levels are behaving differently. And two red ones also, because they are sloping in 2 different directions. Why? Don't know.
There you go. I drew some lines on it. Ask them a question. Is horizontal perpendicular to vertical? According to this, if that's a vertical and that's a horizontal, like everybody understands, are these 2 horizontals that intersect each other? Are they perpendicular to this vertical? Or are they just not fucking horizontal?
Yes, and by the way, the only one which is perpendicular to this vertical is not horizontal. Because it is not horizontal.
The one that goes from this side to this side?
Yes, this is not horizontal.
Why? It's
Because,
the water level.
Yes, but this is not going. This horizontal is not established at the end of the water level, so it should be tilted also.
It's from here to here.
Yes, so
It's just on a
from
hill.
left. Yes, I know. I know. But according to that, it is not horizontal.
Yeah, is this if this one's vertical, that one there, from the red one from there to there, going across there, that's horizontal.
Yes, normally, yes, it should be. But on globe model, this one is not horizontal.
That's not a globe model. That's just somebody who's tilted a fucking water level pretending it is and wrote horizontal on it. It's not a globe model. It's vertical and horizontal. They are vertical and horizontal. Because when you actually do this test, this is the horizontal that you would get from end to end.
Yes, I know, of course.
That there is no other model, right? There's only one horizontal. You can't change horizontal by changing the model. It's like the other worlds rule within logic. You know, you can imagine anything, but you can't imagine that a square is a circle.
Yeah, but they have 3 horizontals as well.
That's what
Can
I
you
mean.
imagine 3 different horizontals?
Across this one space.
Yeah, that's ludicrous. Look, there's 3 horizontals written there.
Yeah.
Look at that. 2 of them point into space.
2 tilting ones.
Yeah.
2 tilting ones that have only been established because of a mind hump in the middle. But don't
Yep.
forget, these 2 blue water levels, this one and this one, they're half the size of this one. So they imagine that if you put 2 water levels in the middle of another water level, they will slope.
They don't understand the implications of that. It's astonishing. It's astonishing.
And you'd be able to check that, wouldn't you? Like McToon said the other day. I mean, only a cult leader would say not to check that. Because that's what you're after. Finding this hump in the middle. The bit where the horizontals slope.
That's the magic right there.
Years ago that was. Years before I even came to Discord. So welcome and thank you guys for bringing me in. I love it. Great. Speaking truths about horizontals and verticals being perpendicular. It may be triggering to people. But it's the truth. It's never going to change. There's nothing I can do about it. You can try linking vertical and horizontal being perpendicular to me if you want. You can try and link level being horizontal to me if you want. It would be useless. Everybody knows level is horizontal. And it's not because I say it is. It's because everybody fucking knows it. It is. It's a fundamental. Yeah. Some people, like Stark Otter, get awfully triggered about people talking about horizontals, verticals. I think it goes down to the exploded mind. The things that you have to put your mind through to accept a contradiction. Make contradictions disappear. Or however you want to deal with it. You have to deal with it.
Oh, we got Bob in the chat, all triggered. What's up, Bob?
Bob?
Yeah?
Which one's that?
Oh, no, sorry, that's Jem. That's Jem all triggered out. Humans of Earth, that would be Jem, no?
Oh, did I miss that? I think he wants us to go over. Where's he put that? In here? Oh, where? Oh, there you go.
YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jem, if you could just come from Blue Marbles. I don't imagine so. Well, I think so. Yeah, you must have done. We'll try and be a little more interesting than those guys that you've been watching. Yes, we'll do our best. But I fear, Jem, that you might be one of these diletheists that have already accepted a contradiction.
Oh yeah, he drank from the juice, definitely.
We'll be I think we're coming over for the end in the year session. Jem, get your super chats ready. We'll be coming over. Talk about this sort of stuff, contradictions and proofs, and how far they've progressed in the year.
Started off the year in Gems with the proof thing.
Yeah. End it. Looking forward to
Maybe
it.
we'll end it with something, yeah?
Do you want to do a special, Jem? Like like any sort of day that you get a bit. You want to set it up, and we'll on the level road trip. I'll go over. Might do a full day out. We'll do a day outer.
He's looking forward to it. All right. All right. We'll do it.
Let us know. We'll do all of it. We'll do it. Yeah, everything that we've got. Looking forward to it.
He was hospitable, I must say. In the New Year's, we had a good chat, so that was good. We went over what's proof. What does proof mean to you?
It's not word games, Jem. It's just logic. Talking about trivium. You guys will like it. I bet. We have been through a fair bit of shit. I bet you've been listening anyway. I bet you understand it all. You guys are all knowledgeable about all of that sort of stuff anyway. The Blue Marble scientific method. All of that. We call all look up the meaning of the word soil. Call everybody, yeah. Call a lot of them.
You're laughing at trivium, Jem. I thought you were intellectual, like.
That's funny. Brilliant. It must be because it's so elementary. It's like school kids sort of stuff.
I would say that trivium for modern logicians is dangerous and
Triggering.
yes, triggering. Yes.
It may even be flat Earth. Because it's that triggering, right? You could use the words within the trivium framework to speak words of truth, which would obviously trigger them into calling you a flat earther.
Yes, to label that you are not logician, but you are flat earther.
Yeah. Word games. Jem likes to think that when we talk to each other with communication skills, he likes to think that's word games, clarifying things, breaking them down to as simple as possible.
Grammar?
Yeah.
Grammar, logic, rhetoric. You don't like that, Jem?
He thinks it's word games. He's one of these ones that hates the Elenchus. That's what he hates reasoning. Can't do it. He despises it. Gets all angsty stuff, especially when he hears other people talking about it.
I bet you Jem would rather talk about Artemis 1. Jem?
Do you think so?
Oh, yeah. I guarantee
I
it.
think they've talked it all out. You know, like, what else have they got to talk about that sort of stuff? I bet it gets old after a while. It's just samey, innit?
Now, Jem is a big NASA fanboy, and I mean huge.
You got a tattoo? Like Simon Dan.
I'm not sure about that one.
Simon Dan has, hasn't he? NASA tattoo. That's committed. You can tell you're deeply into it if you get a tattoo.
They finally did it, Jem. They finally launched.
Starkadder is just the sophist, right? Is either just the sophist or one of the most confused individuals there is. He never can address the issue or the argument.
Yes, when he is nailed and pinpointed, he is just stopping conversation, or just strawmanning into something else. But I think that he knows when a dangerous question arrives, and he is prepared for that, and he has ready strawman in that case. So I think that he is not confused. He knows what he is doing. I think that's me.
Yeah, you can always spot a true sophist because they never answer questions, especially around geometric, definite questions.
He's upset that you associate the word earth with soil. He doesn't like that. He wants you to imagine a mythical ball floating in space. That's what he wants you to think right away.
Well, I mean, like when they do that, I go with because I have enough knowing of logic. Then if he wants to say Earth, big E, equals globe, then that's a statement, right? He's associating what he calls Earth, big E, to the globe. I would have to clarify then the globe would be like the thing I have in the corner of the room. So when he's talking about Earth, I think I can understand that he thinks Earth with a big E would be similar to the little circular thing that I have in the corner of the room. And that's fine for me if he wants to do that. I can understand when he formulates his arguments based upon that. I have a full understanding of what he's talking about. I would say to him, I don't do that. I'll say that the land is the earth. And in order for me to measure that, I would use the methods for measuring elevation and show that to him. So that's a formulation of him bringing an argument from his side that he lays out definitions and all of that first. And I'll talk about the argument from the other side. I mean, that's debate. That's how it goes. That should be welcomed. Differing opinions. Jem saying it was ridiculous.
It's triggered tonight. I don't
It's
get
okay, Jem. We were just talking about a debate and how debates work from one side and the other side. It's not ridiculous. You've got a debate chat. Well, I know it's called debate flat Earth and more. So I mean, like you'd have no clue about what a debate is. But that's what I do. I'd come over there to do that. You know, to talk to you, Jem. See if we can come to a common understanding about reality. How debates work and how conversations go and how differing opinions should work within a structure of conversation. It'll be good to finish off the year like that. So good to have you over, Jem. Drumming up a bit of business for the old debate flat earth and more server. Who's finding a way to misunderstood? No, you get to give your point of view and I'll try and give mine as simply as possible. That's the conversation, isn't it? Anyway, we'll be coming and talking about logic and arguments and stuff like that, Jim. Don't worry about it. There's a load of new stuff. It's just off the top of the head, conversation, talking. It depends what you guys want to talk about. Normally, we go with anything in the conversation. So that's good. At least we've set that up. Jolly good. We could do a blue marble science one, but I don't think he's. I don't think he can get enough people in his chat, can he?
Blue doesn't have the guts to have us all on. He's not like Jem. Jem is brave. I gotta give him that. Did you see him over when they had the meeting? The Flat Earthers? Jem went in guns a-blazing. Confronted all of them.
Yeah.
He was the only one there. I was impressed.
I don't pretend that I misunderstood your words, Jem.
The difference is when you say Earth, you are saying about something in reality. When Gempanda, this is Gempanda, right?
Yes.
So he when he says Earth, it means model. So there are different meanings of words here. So, okay. And he's triggered.
Yeah.
Why?
We just talk about reality, Jem. We don't need to talk about different people's models. Just keep it stuck to reality. Nobody has to push any model on anybody else. There is only reality, and that's what we're talking about. I don't need to know about your religious beliefs or anything like that. Sexuality. Anything like we told Blue, it doesn't matter what your sexuality is to us. We don't care. The same again. We don't care what your religion is. I do sort of expect that people don't keep bringing their religion up within conversation. But most people don't do that anyway, so... Except, of course, like Betty said, again, this new religion of science religion. One that imagines itself to be science, but isn't. Pseudo stuff. Could talk about that as well. Is Starkadder saying that people are gullible? Don't be gullible, people. Don't be gullible.
Yes, think for yourself.
Yeah. And know that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. That's a statement of fact. Everybody knows that. As they are
Why does one?
plumb and level.
Yeah. Why does one word trigger you, Jem? Earth. He's triggered on the word Earth. I don't get it.
Don't know. When do you want us to come over, Jem? I'll have to wait and see how the guys are doing. He's advertising it.
This is. I am answering Jim Panda. There is, for example, in the Bible, when it is said that God created heaven and earth, this word means universe in the first meaning. But then it is used another for ground and water. So there are different meanings. So it is good to come to common, let's say, common sense in terminology, and use one of them, of course. But
To
still,
come to terms before the conversation.
yes. So if Jempanda wants to use Earth with big E as a depiction of his globe model, okay, no problem.
Yeah, he can build his arguments around that. But I mean, they have to be consistent, right? They can't start swapping and changing. That's not on. And any time that anybody does want to start swapping and changing, well, it's all right to be able to point out that that's an inconsistency. You can't do that. Can't start off with one premise and then start talking about something completely different within your argument. So yeah, we will point those sort of things out. I think that's what Jem thinks, word games. When you point out contradictions that he's holding.
Another
Yes,
tricky question from Jem Panda.
Yes.
Yes, in first meaning, in the Bible, for example, earth means just matter, that he created spiritual world, angels, etc., and he created matter from nothing. So it would mean matter, just stuff.
He's actually, what he's saying is, again, Jem, he says, do you think in this conversation anyone has ever used the word earth and meant soil? Yes. Me.
Yes.
I'm the person in this conversation that has said that many times right from the beginning, Jem. Yes. I don't know how many other people have, but I've told you right from the beginning, when I'm talking about Earth, talking about the stuff that we measure, elevation changes. I know you have a different meaning of it. Think it's a ball. A lot of people do.
I think that maybe this is bot because he's repeating.
Yeah, there's something up there, isn't there? He's not arguing words in English that have only one meaning. I would say, if asked again, to clarify, I would say Earth isn't water, is it? There's a difference, separation. Earth is earth and water is water. You can't say Earth is water.
Yes, of course.
And then you can't say earth is earth and water. Because that would be ridiculous as well. I mean, that just gets even worse, really.
You can say that because it was I am referring to the Bible, to the Bible word mud or mud. This is let's say mixture, soil with water, so it creates mud. But this is from what God created Adam. And by the way, it denies evolution, of course. But it is mixture, but still it is mixture soil with water. Yes. So dry land or soil is different than water. Yes, of course.
And I think Jem knows that as well. So I don't know what the argument would be about that. I mean, it'd be ridiculous. If we know that Jem he thinks it's a ball, like a little modelling that you have in the corner of the room, and we think it's, well, we know what it is in reality, then surely that can go ahead with the argument progressing on from there. Both terms are known. You don't have to agree to accept somebody else's terms because they're the terms that they're going to use within the argument. It's easy.
Yeah, there's an easy way to solve this. You come to terms. When you say earth, you mean the ball, the sphere in the corner. And when Ben says it, he means soil. That's it. Can we move on now?
But no, we can't because
Didn't think so.
I will I can tell why, because when bowlers are talking about earth with big E, they mean that 70% of this earth is water, and this water is creating ball shape. So it is water ball, not earth.
Yeah, in their model, it's
Basically.
mainly a water ball. In their fantasy, yes.
Yes. So they are using word earth, but they are talking about water. And they are trying to prove globe Earth by means of water, curved water. So silly and funny.
Well, I think they've left that alone, really, because it's part ETV, isn't it? They can't actually talk about the curve in water because it sounds fucking ridiculous. So what they have to do is they have to pretend verticals tilt.
Yeah, they even had to change that. They used to say plumb bobs. Now they say reciprocal zenith angles. Sounds more sexy, less dumb, right? But we still know what you mean.
Yeah, Blue Marble told us he's the one that's resurrected this tilting verticals, tilting plumb bobs argument. It'll be great for revive it again. You know, they'll wheel Jesse Kozlowski out, and then in comes his mate, the guy that may or may not live in Maine. And they'll both be able to come over and describe exactly how they managed to measure the impossible. It'll be great. A bit like one of Betty's presentations. You might even get Betty to do it.
Okay, I have to drop to bed. Good night,
Okay. All right. Thanks for popping in, Paper. It's early.
10-2, it's getting to supper time here. Yeah. 10 to 6, that is.
Check this one out. This is from McToon. Yeah. Name. McToon likes to publicly broadcast names. I don't know why. He's a little bit strange like that. I don't know why he does that. I think he does it. Okay, so McToon says, did you say that the same elevation drops from a horizontal plane in reality? Because that's what I said to him. This is McToon. The same elevation drops from a horizontal plane in reality. And McToon says, yes, it's been measured. Who do you think's measured an equal elevation dropping from a horizontal plane? Who do you reckon's done that?
His buddy Bob, one of them.
Oh, Bob.
In his backyard.
Bob the liar guy.
It's one of them, yeah.
With his
the tape.
Flashing lights on his tripod. Pimped out tripod.
That's him.
Yeah. Lying shit. Who else do you reckon? Who else do you reckon's measured an same elevation dropping from a horizontal plane? This is McToon.
You maybe have done that?
This is McToon. Everybody. It's been measured. He definitely wouldn't be a lying twat, would he? No. Not McToon. He'd definitely have evidence of the same elevation dropping from a horizontal plane. In reality.
Same elevation. Just read that out, man. Wow.
Thank you very much. Our work is done here.
Game over. The same elevation drops from the horizontal plane in reality. Same elevation. Is good.
Yeah, McToon. It's like he's wrote it out there. I mean, like, you can't write YouTube comments and lie in them, can you? I mean, like, who would ever do that? Who would lie in YouTube comments or YouTube videos? Can you imagine anybody doing that? You can take it down if you want, McToon. Recorded it. You're never gonna get away from that. There's a guy called Jesse Kozlowski that said to me quite a bit ago that the water level. Wait a minute, let me get it. What am I talking about? I may as well let you all hear the actual clip. Oh. On my phone, I have this. This is why McToon's saying this. There we go.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
There you go. Do you want to hear it again? Jesse Kozlowski originally said this. And this, Jesse Kozlowski literally is the first person I ever heard say something so fucking ridiculous. Jesse Kozlowski, and he was claimed to be a surveyor. I didn't believe he was a surveyor, but I mean, listen to it again. Listen.
The level surface drops down from the horizontal plane at a rate of 8 inches times the distance in miles squared.
Here you go. Jesse Kozlowski said it. And as soon as Jesse Kozlowski said it, he had to fuck off. Because you can't be pretending to be a surveyor and have any other surveyors hear you say something so ridiculous. It's impossible. But Jesse Kozlowski said it. Now, since he said that, they've developed this method of getting around questions, obfuscating stuff, but turning a little bit of sophistry, confusing people, just blatantly lying, being dishonest, being scumbags, using all sorts of other tactics to divert from the issue. They think the water level drops away from a horizontal. They think a horizontal plane isn't an equal, even elevation. They think an equal elevation, the same elevation, is different. It's clever, isn't it, right? How long have they been in this game? 6, 7, 8 years? And they've managed to develop an argument where they now feel brave enough to go into a debate and say level isn't horizontal. That verticals tilt. That horizontals have a slope to them and not even elevation. Crazy. Crazy times we're in. There must be something in the water or something. Distill your water. Get some water distillers going. Because some people believe with enormous amounts of faith in something that they've got no proof for. And they know they have no proof for it. They've become acceptant of having no proof. Just because they want to be able to hold on to a contradiction that's ridiculous.
Yeah, the water is a big thing. Has anybody ever paid for your dental bill? When you went to the dentist, has anybody ever paid for your bill?
National health.
I know nobody has paid my bill. Whenever I go to the dentist, I take money out of my pocket and give to the dentist. Nobody cares about my teeth, right? When I go to the dentist, then why do they care about our teeth when they put stuff in our water?
Don't know. I think there's loads of stuff in it. It's not just fluoride, right? The point
Yep,
is
there's
that
medicine.
everybody's on tablets, and they can't
Yep.
filter all of those tablets out. So you could be
Yep,
on
you're
a
drinking
narcotic,
birth control pills. Yeah.
antidepressants.
Antidepressants, pain medication. Yep. All in the unfiltered water. At the very least, buy spring water. At the very least.
Click the link. Get a water distiller. I know it's going to be
That would
hard
be
with
the
the
best, yeah.
energy crisis and all of that sort of stuff going. I'd say,
Hey, shalom, everybody. Can you hear me?
whoa, that's really bad. I'd say there's 3 things. First, step 1, don't watch telly. Lose it. Try and lose all media and news as well, because they only want to try and wind you up. Step 2, distill your water. Step 3, find some stimulating conversation. You can't do it on your own. You need somebody to bounce off. Those 3 things, and you'll feel much better.
Shalom, folks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Hey, SC, Montreal. Bro, what happened, man? It's been a while. Maybe the teeth that the system is interested in are more like philosophical teeth, as opposed to, the proper.
Is he going for
I have a
everyone?
personal experience.
Yeah, you're breaking.
Yeah,
You're
because
breaking up there.
Yeah, dude, please. Yeah, that's
I'm on the
terrible.
network. Very,
Yeah, that's bad. I'm
wait,
gonna have to
very,
mute you. That's awful.
okay.
Try dropping out and coming back in.
I don't want to get into the old, all of that sort of stuff. I was just basically saying, clear your mind. Make sure that it is your mind that you're actually using. I think most of the people that are listening to us, they're a very discerning crowd here, so most of them will be on top of it. But if you're after anything extra, just think on that. There's some awful amounts of shit in the water. And it's not good.
Yeah, Bev, that's great advice, brother. For people to be able to talk to other people about some of the things that they have questions about. It's good to talk just to get it off your spirit. That's really good advice. Does that sound better?
Yeah, that sounds a bit better now. Yeah.
All right, perfect. So teeth. Teeth is a dang. I'm trying to figure out a better way to describe teeth, but to take teeth as allegorical. So and this is what I heard, is that fluoride was added to the water here in America to make people docile. And so that's why I spoke about teeth in an allegorical way, so we can see that maybe the fluoridation to the water has had an effect. So I'm agreeing with you, SC Montreal. You heard? I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, a lot of people can't stand. Even you go near water, you can smell it, right? But Bev makes a good point, because there's not just that. There's all kinds of. In other words, not to sound really crude, but there's only one way to say it. When we go to the toilet, all the medicines go with us, right? And they go into the plants where they treat the water. Now, all that stuff does not get removed with the process that they use. So yeah, that's a problem.
Yep. Doesn't get filtered out. I can contest to that. Definitely. Makes it into your tap water. It's not good for you.
I've been drinking spring water for 30 years. Easy.
I've been distilling my water for years now. Look at this. See that?
I was hoping you'd show that. Yeah, look at that, people. Look what's in your water, man.
That.
Have a look at that.
Sweet like. There you go.
That's disgusting. I thought he was holding up some frappuccinos.
No.
Oh, have a look at that, man. That is some nasty ass stuff.
2 pint glasses full of shit. That's solid.
That's what you're drinking when you drink tap water. Look at that. Milkshake.
That's all been taken out of the water that we drink for brews. So yeah, you don't want that. We'll get this as well while we're here. This is a ball. right? This is a ball with a perpendiculars on it. See that?
Yo, Bev, can we also call that a sphere?
Of course you can. It's
Okay.
a Euclidean sphere. A ball. What else would you call it? Right, so people say that's obviously 90 degrees there, right? And you say 90 degrees on a ball. Well, that's not 90 degrees, is it? They're not equal. Yeah? Everyone agree with that?
Absolutely, yep.
That is 90 degrees though, right?
Yeah.
This is a square. And this is a ball with a bit cut out of it. Now, you see that? That's 90 degrees there, isn't it? And 90 degrees there too. And 90 degrees. So when anybody says they measure a 90-degree angle, it's there on the inside. It's these plane surfaces on the inside there. That's where you
Only on the inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't measure the angle. Can't measure 90 degrees on the outside because that's a curve, and you need
No chance.
You need straight lines. So that's where your angles are measured. When anybody's talking about an angle, it's all that. It's that bit there. That angle between that plane and that plane, just like that. There you go. Simple geometry. This is a Euclidean sphere called a ball, and when you cut a piece out of it, that's a quarter. Well, an eighth, isn't it? It's an eighth, because that's a quarter. A right angle. All four right angles are equal. There's no space for any other angles to go. Save that one for Blue Marble Science. Actual geometry. Okay. Back to it is geometry night, isn't it? Euclid. I'll have to do some more of that sort of stuff.
No, I agree. Yeah, Euclidean geometry right there. Flat geometry.
What?
Flat geometry.
Was that sphere flat?
Well, to measure that 90-degree angle, you needed to derive a flat angle from somewhere.
No,
and
there's no such dude. There's no such thing as a flat angle.
Look up Euclidean geometry. It's going to say flat geometry. That's just the definition.
No.
Are you trying to rewrite it?
No, because nobody's ever called it flat geometry. It's not flat geometry. It doesn't matter what you want to call it. It's not flat geometry. Did you not see the sphere?
Mm-hmm. So the adjacent side of that square, is that not a straight line?
It's a straight
or
line.
Or horizontal? Horizontal?
Where?
Right, and then the opposite.
Where was the horizontal on that square?
The adjacent was horizontal.
No, it wasn't.
Or is horizontal. Yeah, the adjacent is horizontal.
Just a minute. I'll show you. Oh, you can point to it. See that? Which one? Which one? This one? Or this one? Or this one? Which one are you talking about?
Well, either one is a horizontal by definition.
Which one? This one?
Both of all three.
What, they're all horizontals?
On that triangle, an equilateral triangle, yes.
It's not an equilateral triangle.
It's not equilateral. It's not. That
No,
was a stretch.
No, it's not, because it's a right angle triangle, isn't it? Can't have a right angle triangle being an equilateral, can you? That'd be fucking crazy. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Nearly as crazy as thinking all three sides are horizontals.
It's a spatial thing. It's
It's
also
not.
when you
That's a fucking crazy thing. That's a madman sort of thing to say that. You obviously don't know what horizontal is.
well, Jesus was called the devil, so I accept that. No, I do know where the horizontal is.
Well, why are you
And I
saying
know
that
it in
all
it.
three sides of a triangle are horizontals?
Okay, so
Sounds
why
like you
would I
don't
say that?
understand what a horizontal is.
No, I get you, but you ask why would I say that? Because a right triangle has a hypotenuse, an opposite, and an adjacent.
Only a right angled triangle has a hypotenuse. So I mean,
Yes,
that's
the
a bit.
theoretical.
It's a bit.
Yes.
No, not theoretical. A hypotenuse is the opposite side to the right angle. This one here. There has to be a right angle here in order for this to be a hypotenuse.
90 degrees.
90 degrees here. Hypotenuse here. Yes.
No, I totally agree.
Right,
But that's
well,
also a straight line, and it's a spatial
obviously.
concept because if you're dealing with two-dimensional shapes,
No.
they're
this
all
is
abstract.
3D. This is 3D. This is in reality
Okay.
we're talking about it here. This is 3D.
Okay, I understand. But okay. Now, okay, now this is where we run into each other, but it's not that I'm not considering what you're proposing.
I'm not proposing
Yeah.
anything. You're the one that said that all three of these sides on this triangle are horizontal. All three.
Yes. Now,
Yeah.
here's the
It's
thing
a bit of
is
a giveaway, that though, right?
you have to take a quantum leap and move over into philosophy.
No, you don't. Not for horizontals, you don't. You have to explode your logical system to believe that all three sides of a triangle are horizontal. You have to
Okay.
be literally mad. And
Okay. Now, I want to ask a question, and it's going to seem like it's off base, but it's right on point. How many words make up the word horizontal? Because each one.
horizontal is a word.
True.
Okay.
But it's a word that has a root word, possibly a prefix, and absolutely a suffix. So we have to deal with that term.
Mm-hmm.
And its many definitions, because we're going to find that hori, and then you have zone, then you have tall. You have to break that stuff down so we know
what about
talking about.
if you have just the totality of the horizon, the complete encompassing of the horizon, the total, where it starts and ends?
Right. Now, does that curve? I'm just asking. I'm curious. Does
You asked me how many words there were in it, right? The horizon and the totality of the horizon, right? Now, where are we with this triangle being all three sides horizontal? Where are we with that? We see, because that was the issue.
What we're doing is we're establishing the flat in Euclidean geometry.
What? The plane is already described in the definitions. You don't need to go to the horizon to establish.
Plane.
So you know what a plane is then?
Yes.
Okay.
I've even used a planer.
Well, let's imagine that a plane is what you're talking about. Now, why did you use flat?
Because is a planar curved at all? No. It's a flat surface. That's the point.
No, a plane is a two-dimensional thing within geometry.
No, a planar is a three-dimensional. So just like you move the goalposts, deal with my planar now, because I'm dealing with a machine. So that's three-dimensional. So I just moved the goalpost on you. So now deal with my planar. Is that curved? No.
What?
Is it curved?
Are you talking about a planar? And which planar are you talking about?
I'm talking about a wood
Like
planar.
a surface planar? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Surface even, huh? Listen to that.
Okay, so
Yeah, surface.
are you
planar.
asking if that planar curves?
Yes.
Oh, okay, the barrel that revolves the drum for the planar. Yeah, circular. It spins very fast
cylinder.
to take
We've
wood
identified
off.
a cylinder.
Yeah, but I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You
Come on, man,
you went
we're-
from Euclidean geometry to a wood shop.
Bev, look it up. Look up. Go ahead and do a search on
You're fucking crazy.
Wikipedia or anything, and it's gonna say flat geometry.
It's
You're out of your
not.
mind.
It says plane geometry, but
How long
then
you been
you're
doing
not taking into account book 11, where it goes to solid geometry, not plane. Solid geometry.
Solid.
Yes.
Solid or plane. Well, I studied Buddhism, so I can hold both ideas in my mind at the same time. So
They're the same thing. It's Euclidean geometry. It's just
Flat.
not flat geometry.
please, somebody look it up. I don't know if I can do that. I'm on the network. I don't have Wi-Fi.
You're crazy. You're
So
about as mad as
Please, somebody look up
Blue
Euclidean
Marble
geometry,
scientist.
so we can tighten up this guy's rhetoric.
Tightening up
Respectful.
rhetoric. Which definition would you be using then?
Let's use all of them. I know I'm not afraid of unified field theory.
Mm.
Which it's spanning light between 2 points.
Yeah, you do
Unified
realize
field theory.
you are the one that said all three sides of a triangle were horizontal, which led us here. And now you're still skirting the issue. Why
You're not
did
looking
you
up
say that
definitions,
three
bro.
triangles were all three sides of a triangle are horizontal?
Please Google search a definition, and it's going to be self-evident that you may need a little bit more instruction. So please look it up.
Look up what?
This is basic stuff. I want to move beyond this.
What are we
I've
looking
been
up?
trying to move beyond this with you guys.
What are we looking
The
up?
definition of horizontal.
The definition of horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Google search.
Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Parallel.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, those are those crossing at any time, the lines? Because parallel means two at least, right? And then are those lines crossing? No, they're straight.
Mm-hmm. Why did you say all three sides of a triangle were horizontal?
Because we're going to look up the definition of horizontal.
If they're all on the
Did
same
you
horizontal
just
How,
read
plane,
it?
how can you have three sides of a triangle all being parallel?
No, they're not parallel. They're just
Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Now, how can you have all three sides of a triangle being parallel?
straight. Let's define parallel.
Why?
Because we need to redefine it. Because I believe you're making an assumption, a fatal error in your judgment. Let's look up parallel. Come on, let's learn together. Teach me. I came to learn something.
Mm-hmm. You could just
So
look
we're-
up the definition of parallel, right? Couldn't you? Like you said
I have
before.
a
Any
dictionary.
any
Yes, I
Google, just Google it. Parallel.
No, I got a dictionary from 1965. I could look up the definition of parallel in there, and I'm sure it's going to have a whole bunch of definitions. So for any one
you
of
sure?
us to be,
Go on.
yeah, I'm sure.
Go on then.
I'm definitely
Go on
sure.
then. Have a look.
Let me go.
See how
1
many
second.
different definitions you can find for parallel. You can find the original one if you want within geometry. Surely everybody knows what parallel is. Everybody have a think for yourself now. Definition 11 there. I've got the first one in book 11, sorry. Definition 1, book 11, Euclidean geometry, the elements of geometry, obviously. Says, a solid is that which has length, breadth, and thickness. Is that what flat has? 3 dimensions. You're looking up parallel. How many have you found so far?
Hey, I'm right here. I haven't ran. I never run from a gunfight.
No.
But
how many definitions of parallel have you found? Different ones. I'll
one
get you the
second.
one from Euclid because that'll
my
probably be the one
dictionary-
that you don't get.
Oh, word up. My dictionary is 2,126 pages.
Okay. Well, how long does it take you to find parallel?
Momentarily. Maybe there's a time delay. I'm in Louisiana.
Yeah. No doubt.
The thing about dictionaries is you have to already know how to spell the word before you can find it, right? That sucks.
Yeah, you don't want to have to be going through every one of the pages looking for it, just checking. Like a word search.
Like how many thousands of pages?
Wonder where they've hidden this one.
Okay, actually, there's only I got one.
Oh, well, you said multiple though, didn't you?
I believed it was. I anticipated it.
Wow.
I'm sure I can find more in an etymology dictionary, but
Do you reckon? Go on, I challenge you. Let's have a go.
Okay.
See whether you can.
Well, Edom Online, that's something anybody can access from their phones.
Yeah.
And you can go to Edom Online and look up definitions of words, and because we need cognates, because what we think we know, where English was created so they could hide information away from the poor, so the rich could hide things away from the poor. So a lot of words we use, we have to lend ourselves to other streams of consciousness or other ways of thinking.
Okay. Can you see there? I've got the definitions for you. See the first one? Definition 35.
You've still got your camera on.
Yeah, I know. Parallel straight lines are such as are in the same plane and which being produced ever so far both ways do not meet. That's parallel straight lines. Are you okay with that? Is that similar to what you said?
I'm sorry. Read it one more time. And brother was right. I do need to learn or know how to spell the word in order to find it. So the definition that I found was wrong. It was a bad spelling. And so as you were talking and reading that definition, which I want to hear again, I did find that parallel has 1, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 different definitions. This is
and what are they? What are they?
Okay, here we go. The first, as a noun, something parallel to something else as a line or surface. You said surface earlier. Number 2, any person or thing is essentially the same as or closely similar or corresponding to something else, a counterpart. Number 3, this is a definition for parallel. The condition of being parallel, conformity in essential points. Number 4, any comparison showing the existence of similarity or likeness. Number 5, any of the imagery lines parallel to the equator and representing degrees of latitude on the Earth's surface.
Uh-oh.
Number 6, such a line drawn on a map or globe. Number 7, in electricity, a hookup of lights, cells, etc., in which all positive poles or terminals are connected in one conductor and all negatives in another, also called multi-circuit. Number 8, in military science, a trench, usually one of a series running parallel to and opposing a position. Number 9, as a plural, this is parallel. In printing, a sign marking material referred to in a note. Now here 10, parallel of altitude. In astronomy, one of the small circles of the sphere parallel to the horizon, also called almucantors. Okay, that's special. 11, parallel of declination. One of the small circles of the celestial sphere parallel to the equator. And the last one, 18, parallel of latitude. A parallel, in parentheses, senses 5 and 6, close parentheses. Oh, no, that wasn't that. That was actually, I thought that was the last one, but parallel. This stuff is going on. You hear how many different definitions, Bev?
Yeah, they're all the lines. They all mean the same thing, apart from the electric ones and the other ones about that. But any ones concerning lines, they mean the same thing. Because I've got another one, definition from book 11, the solid geometry says, parallel planes are such as do not meet one another, though produced. Right?
Okay, here's another definition of parallel. To compare things, ideas, etc., in order to show similarity or likeness.
Do you think that's what Euclid was talking about?
Exactly.
No, do you think that's what Euclid was talking about when he's talking about geometry and parallel?
Yes. Yes, I'm going to read the last definitions to answer you. Yes, to find a counterpart for or to match. Yes, to be a counterpart for or to match or to equal. Horizontal. Now you would have to preface, I just need you to concede on this one thing, that you would have to preface your idea of surface as being a curved surface. You'd have to preface, or we have to be left with the first notion that Euclidean geometry deals with flat surfaces. Because how else would you derive a 90-degree angle from a sphere?
What's a sphere?
An imaginary object?
Like that one I was just holding up just before.
Yep.
And that got a flat surface?
Yes, it did.
Really?
Yeah, from the center, which could be looked at on graph paper as 0, 0, right? From the exact center of that sphere. On graph paper, because it's 2-dimensional, but you can draw a 3-dimensional shape from a 2-dimensional plane. And that's what people are failing to do consciously at light speed, so we can actually have a conversation about what's really going on.
You're mad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
Crazy.
not really. But the water is controlled. So I spell mad backwards. So you say, damn, I have to take it and make it something great because I know I'm great.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not, coming on, I'm better than anybody. That's not my attitude. But
are you going to explain why you said that all 3 sides of a triangle were horizontal? Yeah, or not? Are you going to just completely disregard that?
Yeah, take one at a time.
No, because you've just been talking shit, trying to explain something that you obviously can't explain because you're mad.
I've studied a lot. And I'll tell you one thing. You just called me a name. So
called you mad, yeah.
Is that ad hominem?
No, I don't believe it is. I believe I asked you why you said 3 sides of a triangle were all horizontal as I was holding it up in the vertical position.
And I told you
with 0 of the sides being horizontal, but you said all 3 of them were horizontal. I then asked you to try and explain what you were talking about, and you just went off somewhere else like you always do. You didn't address the issue or the question for what you said.
Deal with one side at a time. Stop waffling on. Deal with one side at a time. And there's your flat line, your flat surface.
There's no such thing as a flat line. It's
you want to try to engage
a line. Okay. You're obsessed, mate.
I see what you're doing. What you're doing is you see a triangle in front of you, and then you're engaging all 3 sides at the same time.
No, that was you. You.
This is the shape. This is a triangle.
Don't get triggered, mate.
These lines are parallel. Come on.
Right.
You said the sides of a triangle are parallel, and now we know what parallel means. All 18 different ways you can put it in context. How are, the question that Bev asked at the beginning, how are 3 sides of a triangle parallel?
Perhaps you'd like to take it back, that statement. Think on it. Perhaps you'd like to take it back.
No, I can answer.
Here's your chance, bro.
Yeah, you say, okay, so he invoked the definitions that I read from this Webster's Dictionary from 1965. One of the definitions was about comparing the similarity. So the idea of parallel, you have to not be so stiff-necked and rigid.
So are all 3 sides of a triangle similar?
Of course. Of course they are.
I'm next to the toilet.
They are.
You guys.
All 3 sides are similar.
All right, and horizontal. Okay,
it's all about the context.
I got 5 different definitions. 6 actually. No, context, that's what I'm saying. You have to be in possession of the information in order to take
You know what a triangle is. You are in possession of knowing what a triangle is.
Absolutely. I can even say you're a triangle.
You could say whatever you want. That'd be obtuse though, wouldn't it?
No, it'd be more acute.
Obtuse, get it? Good one.
No, I said it'd be more acute.
Bro, this is becoming a comedy show now, right? You're just wordsmithing everything like you usually do. You're taking one word and extrapolating to another word and another word, and before you know it, we're talking about McDonald's hamburgers. So you're doing what you do every time, bro.
I say quantum leap.
I'm speaking English. Incoherent sentences
No, I'm
followed by
speaking
other
English.
incoherent sentences, which leads us to nowhere. Sorry.
Yeah, it's non sequiturs
Speaking
all
English.
over.
Just not putting handcuffs on you like your people would do out there for just speaking your mind. See, I'm not coming with force. This is mentalism. We have to know the words that are coming out of our mouths. And if we
Yeah, you
don't know the
think a
word,
triangle
yeah,
has parallel
Simple.
sides, bro?
Super
That is a
simple.
nonsensical statement.
all right, let's look up horizontal right now. Okay, let's key in, folks. Horizontal.
Too simple. It said
Who
advanced
is this guy? I mean, come on.
I'm an author.
lines on it in a triangle.
The science of fiction
Too
dialect.
simple. It's too simple.
Go ahead.
Well, all I was saying is a triangle, and that's too simple for you. So you got to muck it all up with all kinds of random shit. It's weird to me.
Muck nothing up. What I'm doing is straightening it out. And it looks ugly. So the fifth definition of horizontal, right here from 1965. Everybody got to bow down right now. The fifth definition, flat and even. Semicolon, level. Period.
Right, and all three sides of a triangle are that, are they?
Individually, absolutely. I'm
Wow.
telling you trying to look at the whole shape at the same time, you got to slow down.
It's a triangle.
One line, 3 is try.
The hint is in the name, yes. Triangle. 3 angles at the same time.
Yeah, I see 3 uni angles, right?
Wrong.
No, horizontals, 3 horizontals. Eat your words.
How did you spell
I think
parallel the
it's
first?
enough.
Yeah, I have one question, if I might. How are you spelling parallel when you looked up the wrong word?
It had 2 R's. Yeah, the wrong word had 2 R's in parallel. But I'm glad you keyed into that. I'm probably going to go back and look up the definition too, because it's all about phonetics. Phonetics. It's the sound. I was in the military. I was in ROTC for 3 years in high school, and we learned the phonetic alphabet before I even knew what the hell a Phoenician was. So with the phonetic alphabet, it was Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, etc. So how we say something and then how it's written down are 2 different things.
You're mad. Literally.
No,
Hey, can I just check? Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm not a flat earther. However,
wow. You seem to use the word flat a lot. You've got it in your name, and you seem to think lines are flat.
Yeah, you're not going to tag me. Nobody's going to tag me. I know
you think
that
sides of triangles are flat.
The images, hold on a second. The images of the Earth, all the pictures of the Earth are CGI. Do you agree?
With you?
Yeah, another subject change right there.
Oh my god.
You do it all the time, bro.
This is ridiculous, bro.
Yes, I know.
I vote enough. I think we had enough for you.
Fucking madman.
No, just look up the definition of horizontal again, and it says flat.
Jolly good. You mad?
No, this dictionary's mad. You're arguing with a book.
I'm not.
You're a fool.
I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with anyone. This isn't an argument. Nobody's brought an argument here. There's just a madman that said all 3 sides of a triangle are horizontal. And then you said they're parallel. You're crazy.
Because it's a triangle, so it's 3 parts. You're slow.
Yeah, I'm so glad that you're joining in the group. You're telling me I'm slow.
Yeah. Horizon.
I know what the horizon is.
The thing is, I've also studied the Bible, but what I did is I got a concordance. So what I did is I've been.
I don't think
defining
you
ways-
should speak for anything,
Let me
really. I
finish.
don't think
Just
I
let me
trust
finish.
you on speaking for anything.
That's
really.
no respect. I'll
Yeah,
wait though. He's scared because you
Yep.
sound scary.
Yep. He's gone with a ban. So, thank you very much for coming in and talking shit. It's Euclid night. I mean, how does anybody like to do that? Does anybody like listening to that sort of stuff?
That's maddening. Seriously.
That's Flat Earth Society, that is Flat Earth Society. That's what they do. Yep. They talk shit. They talk about flat all the time, and then when you ask them, they say no, they're not flat earthers. Like flat earth data, like flat earth dogma, like flat earth math. The lot of them, they just talk about flat earth, but they're not flat earthers. They just make everybody look ridiculous. And it's only because the globe earthers are looking ridiculous themselves. Crazy times we're in. I don't know where he's been for a bit. But I don't think it's ever any different than that.
The same story every single time, exactly the same.
It's crazy, isn't it? It's like a maddening world where nothing makes any sense and all conversations just go round in circles and nobody ever says anything. They make a stupid statement and then just go round in circles about not answering the stupid question, making more stupid statements as they go along.
And accusing you of being the one that's not understanding. It's a tactic.
Yeah.
Doesn't work, but yeah.
I've had enough of that sort of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anybody needs to do that. And if Emma has to jump in and say, come on. Thank you, Emma. You should do that more often. Where were we before some nutter came in? Crazy.
You know what triggered him? The teeth. He came in with teeth. With the water.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there are certain people that you can have a chat to, and he's gone though. He won't be coming back.
No, but you can't talk to a person like that. There's no conversation to be had.
It reminded me of being at 24/7 and talking to Zanuck. People like that. Just go round and round in circles, getting nowhere.
This is even worse than Zanuck. Maybe one level up, if that's possible.
Yeah. Omega Genesis says, in the future, they will say good is bad and bad is good. Up is down and down is up. Straight is curved, curved is straight. I think the future is already here.
They already say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they have to say that. I don't know about the good is bad and all of that sort of stuff. That's a bit of a moral question. But the up and down, yeah.
That's said, yeah.
They have to. It's part of their model. Straight is curved. And curved is straight. Yeah, they say that too. The diletheists. They can accept those two truths. They're the same thing. Opposites. Contradictions. It's what they're forced into.
You heard that one, of course. The straight line is a circle. Yeah.
A parallel lined triangle. I mean, that's like, I don't even know that. That's absolutely ridiculous.
Fresh off the presses. Yep.
Yet he's still trying to say that it's us that doesn't understand something so stupid. Like, now, I will admit that's what they're going to be doing. It's going to get worse. And that's the sort of stuff that we're going to get prepared for. I think it's Flat Earth Society myself, because I think Blue Marble and McToon and Larry, Jesse Kozlowski, and the guy from Maine, I think they've all said something fucking ridiculous. So what they do is they send in somebody with, supposedly flat earther, with even more ridiculous statements to ease the pain of the stuff that the other side's going to do. Complete setup, a complete game, orchestrated by the Flat Earth Society. That's what I think we're dealing with here. Depends how far you want to go with it. But it's a mind trick. All of this, just in order to try and to get you to double think yourself, check yourself all the time with their overconfidence of stupid things, and they're willing to be able to say stupid things. It's a very, very clever trick, because he could literally sit in here all night talking shit. He might even think it's funny, putting everybody through the pain of him having to listen to him.
That's part of the pleasure they get, yeah. Seeing how far they can push their bull. Or he's really believing that, and that's even worse, even to contemplate, yeah.
Well, I think when we were going over the geometry and Page's proof, and vertical being perpendicular and level and plumb being perpendicular, all of this stuff, it's too much for these guys to deal with. They have to send somebody in to obfuscate because of it. The simplicity's there. Always has been there. Always will be there. These guys have just got to think of cleverer tricks to stop you from thinking about it. Diversionary tactics, of which he was one of them. It's meant to stop you from talking about the geometry part. Pretty certain. He may have got overexcited, I asking Scott. He may have been overexcited by Betty's celestial navigation chat that Betty did. You noticed Betty did it without the angle. Do you not find that interesting? The particular approach he took, because that presentation now will be handed to people. They'll be like, well, celestial navigation works. Here's a video, Blue Marble Science. But you watch that. And that'll be enough.
He did have an angle, though. He had an angle in that formula, which he never said. You remember?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the way he chose to deliver that presentation and the amount of stuff he left out of it, because obviously the less you say, the more you can get away with pretending that you did say. He didn't try anything, really.
Didn't explain anything?
Nope. He just said that some sort of latitude and longitude. But like that guy said when he was going through the parallels, so all of the parallels are parallel, what did he say? Parallel to the plane of the equatorial plane.
Something like that, yeah. Meaning the air.
Well, meaning parallel, right?
Well, Maybe I'm mixed up with what you're talking about. Are you talking about the different horizontals?
No, he just said parallel. The latitude or something was parallel to the plane of the equator. Parallel to. Yeah. Just parallels, right? Because you know what they can't have on the surface, on a two-dimensional surface.
Oh,
no,
two-dimensional surface. Yeah.
Can't have parallels.
Yeah.
That's the one axiom they're not allowed to have.
So, and their fantasy parallels don't exist, yeah?
Why do all the dictionaries say parallel? Why are they called the parallels? So isn't that weird, right? In geometry, things are absolutely certain. Yet they call them parallels. And then they say, well, we don't have any parallels. That's why we can't have a horizontal. That's why we can't have verticals being parallel. Because there are no parallels. Yet, there they are.
It's incredible.
Talking about parallels. Even Betty, I'm pretty sure Betty said parallels. Latitude lines. It's one of those things that people use, the terms. Parallel. What does it mean? Straight lines or planes? It's never going to mean anything to anybody that doesn't understand geometry and the words that people use, you know, the terms that are used. So if you use the term parallel, if you have a good understanding of geometry, you know what parallel means. You know what perpendicular means. Everybody can do that for themselves. A bit of reasoning. Yeah, you have to hold contradictions. Well, you don't have to hold contradictions at all. In fact, I'd say don't ever hold a contradiction. What happens is... Well, go on.
What was Brenda saying about contradiction? Did I hear her say something about she doesn't understand something about
a true contradiction? Yeah.
She doesn't understand a true contradiction.
I think so. I think that's what was said.
Amazing.
I mean, it is only Brenda. I mean, like, there's nothing to get excited about. Brenda was the one that brought us paraconsistent logic, which led us to diletheism, which explains Brenda perfectly.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. That's what Brenda brought up. Brenda brought up about diletheism and Peirce and tried to ask Betty about it. And then said he doesn't understand true contradictions. Doesn't get it. Perfectly explaining what happens when you're a diletheist. You don't see contradictions. Yeah. It's because Brenda's a diletheist. And diletheists cannot see contradictions because the very axiom that you use, the diletheism axiom, drops in a little clause that says you can just do away with the law of non-contradiction. The law of non-contradiction. Just doesn't matter. Just for this.
How? How do they do that? Is what I want to know. Well, how do you get?
That's the problem. You have to make that in logic, right? Let's take Euclid for an example. It's a logical system that starts with nothing, right? And gives you all the definitions and then the axioms, which are the common notations and the the self-evident truths known to everybody, and then the propositions. Right, the propositions are the proofs. Now, if at any point in anywhere from the beginning you pop in a contradiction somewhere, right? Within the logical system, that literally means you can make anything happen. If you allow...
So, like, if I popped in that verticals are sometimes not perpendicular to horizontals, even though it's that they always are, that would be the contradiction. And then that's how they give themselves permission to then go on and do their whole model.
Yeah. What happens is, if you place a contradiction within a logical system and allow it, well, then you can use that contradiction to make anything happen. They call it exploded logic, explosive logic.
Because you can make anything happen.
Go on. Yeah.
So you can make anything happen. No wonder they call it explosive. Like, you destroy everything.
You've exploded the logical system. But, I mean, that's just within the logical system. But if logic, logos, the reasoning ability of per person, is that the essence of that, if that's the essence of the person within the mind, the reasoning process, if you allow the contradiction within your own mind to do that, then you're not only exploding the logical system, but you're exploding your personal logical system, your ability to reason things. You've allowed a contradiction into your reality, in your mind.
Not just allowed it, but fed it and grown it.
Yeah, it's allowed. It's dictating to you now what you have to do.
I mean, don't they talk about that? The two wolves, whichever one you feed more is the one that grows and kills the other one. You know? It's got to be something about the essence of them, like you say, because I understand what they're doing, and I understand maybe what sort of why they're doing it, but I don't understand how they do it.
They explode their own logic system, which there's a way for you to reason stuff, right? It's sanity. Like you can reason that. If you lose it, it's insanity. It's insane. You are mad. You've literally broken your system of reasoning and you going mad. Literally. Madness. Your mind can't control itself. That's what some people have got coming to them, unfortunately.
It's much easier for them to control us when they're all like that, doing it to themselves. Can't think properly.
Well, I'm of the opinion more recently that this is dangerous for people's minds. And these guys, they've put Blue Marble in a position that he's got to defend something it's impossible to defend. It would be much easier if they turn it round and just go, well, level is horizontal on the globe. If they'd have said that at the beginning, that would have been dead easy, wouldn't it? Because in reality, level is horizontal. All they have to do is put it on the globe. It's easy. Mentally, just place it there and be happy with yourself and live your life. It doesn't really matter. You don't need to justify anything. If you try and justify level being horizontal into reality and assume reality is that globe, then you're going to go mad. There's no two ways about it.
Assume level is not horizontal. Do you mean?
No, if you try and place reality level being horizontal, right?
Yep.
If you try and place that and think that reality is a globe and try and get the two to match, it can't happen. Like level,
No.
horizontal, they're geometric terms, right? Meaning straight lines. And the moment you try to associate that with reality and the model that is assumed, you're going to go mad. Level's always going to be horizontal. Like level, you know, I'm not going to be saying it because their bullshit shouldn't be spoken anymore, I don't think. It's not worth saying things that aren't true when you know them to be false. If you've already proved it to be false, then why should you go along with the bullshit game that on my model? I don't think I'll be playing the on my model game anymore. You can talk about a sphere, could talk about a ball. Oh, there you go. Hex says level and horizontal are not geometric terms. They are physical. A horizontal is definitely a geometric term.
But it's a geometric term that you can then realise.
Well, I mean, level and plumb are geometric by the fact that they are perpendicular. That makes them geometric. The fact that they are perpendicular.
Yep. But then you can go, you know, to prove that you can go out into reality and realise those positions. Horizontal is one position. Vertical is one position. You know, they have a relationship. And you can't change the relationship between them. Sometimes, you know, sometimes they're not perpendicular. You know, that's like saying, oh, sometimes I'm not married, you know, when I want to go and sleep with my girlfriend, then you know, it just doesn't work, guys.
That's the diletheism. If you say they are perpendicular, you are given a relationship of both of the lines to each other. That's what perpendicular means. But it's a relationship of two straight lines. You can't imagine that one of those straight lines isn't straight.
Yeah, and they've got it perpendicular at one point anyway. So they've got two straight lines to have a perpendicular.
Yeah, the moment you say perpendicular. So, I mean, that's what we've got to look forward to now is the not use of the word perpendicular, because they'll start saying orthogonal, which is perpendicular, or normal, which is perpendicular. They just make up different words to say the same thing to trick people into saying, into thinking it's not perpendicular when it is. It's exactly the same thing. Look, Hex says, no, they're still physical. Yeah, definitely. Vertical and plumb, definitely physical. Them being perpendicular means you can use geometry on them. But that has to be demonstrated first. Hex thinks you have to demonstrate. Somebody, maybe nobody's ever demonstrated to Hex that plumb and level are actually perpendicular to each other. Like in reality sort of stuff. I mean, that's definitely proved, Hex. I can't imagine why you'd be in here saying it needs to be demonstrated Nobody ever showed you. I'm pretty sure I showed you before a level and a plumb. You might have missed it, Hex, but yeah, I definitely went on the whiteboard and showed you a plumb bob and a level. There was always a water level across the sides there anyway. But we'll just do that again, just for you. Hex, there you go. It's a plumb bob and a level. Hex, are you okay with that? Has that been demonstrated enough for you now? I'm waiting for Hex to see if that's good. Is that a good enough demonstration of a plumb bob and a level? I think we sorted that. So that one's sorted then, Hex. So where can you see where the level is? I'll show you. It's here. There's the water level there, and there's another one over here. So there's the level. And this is a plumb bob, and this is a plumb bob, and that's a plumb bob. Demonstration of a level and plumb bobs. That one's swinging a bit. What? Have you read that? You see that? It says, yes, a level and a plumb bob in the same place are perpendicular. But you'd need to demonstrate that your plumb bob is perpendicular to my level.
What the heck?
Wow. Wow. Point physics, point geography.
Get ready for it. That's going to be a popular thing, that.
Yeah, that's the newest.
Yeah, that's the new defense.
Pretty interesting how.
Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd say that's how you do blue marble science. That's part of the blue marble scientific method of debunking perpendicularity between plumb bob and level. Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say it's too bad that their standard for evidence isn't as absurd as their for their stuff isn't as absurd as their standard for evidence for anything that we're saying, when what we're talking about are self-evident truths. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, they have to deny the very basic fundamentals in order to concoct some sort of strange, like literally Alice in Wonderland type thing. It's like talking to the Mad Hatter. It's madness, but it literally is. It is madness. That's the only place I think you can go once you've exploded that logical system within your mind. I don't know where you go. I think you can get it back. And I'm sorry for anybody that's listening that might be having problems with this. It's hard work. I don't think many people want to talk about it, really. It's a bit too much for the mind to take, really. For most people. I don't know. I might be the odd one out. I don't know. I'd say we should get a big, massive pill. Epohe. So yeah, I'll take this. It'll sort you out. Don't worry. It's not that bad.
Hey, you can be like Alex Jones. We can sell Epohe pills. Are you troubled? Are you suffering from dilithium? Have no fear. Here, take one of these.
Yeah, all you have to do, right, if you're ever worried or troubled with anything like this, in order to get epohe, all you have to do is search for dogma. The moment you find dogma, then apply epohe, and it just goes away. Well, that was all right, wasn't it? Epohe is just the reserving of judgment on all matters of dogma. Once you realize it's dogma, then you can just leave it behind. Don't worry about it. Nobody has to accept dogma, especially when it keeps hitting you with contradictions in your face. People sort of assuming what other people think because of their own perceived biases.
That's where the labeling comes in.
Yeah. Yeah, I know, but that's that's the big problem. Right from the beginning, I've been telling them I'm not a flat earther. Don't take what I say as though I'm a flat earther, because I'm not a flat earther.
I think that triggers them more than level is horizontal. I think that was the first trigger. That
Well,
you tell them you're not a flat earther.
That's the problem. I'm telling them. Don't try and debunk this shit like you do. Like whenever anybody with a flat earth says anything. Because this isn't flat earth. This is reality shit. I'm not a flat earther. Fuck's sake. And look at the place they've put themselves in. They're the ones now saying that horizontals intersect with each other. There's a tilt to a vertical.
Horizontals don't exist in nature. How about that one?
Mm-hmm. There is no horizontal in nature.
How do they even know what a horizontal is if it can be anything? Like, where do you even start? When you just pick.
That's what my missus said.
Horizontal?
Yeah, Paige, you're a triangle.
I'm a what? A triangle?
That's literally what that guy said. You can be a triangle.
Oh, 3 horizontals with it. Yes, a triangle has 3 horizontals. Well, if you take all the lines individually and then put them in a horizontal position, they will all be horizontal. They'll no longer form a triangle, though.
Yeah, he didn't even attempt the horizontal plane triangle, did he? Because he hasn't got a clue what he's talking about. literally, I think that's one of the guys that's already he's got an exploded mind. Already gone. Perfect flat earth society material. Somebody like that could be manipulated into action whenever.
Yeah, that cannot be a real person's thoughts. No way. I mean, no way, right?
I don't know, man. I think it is.
That's dangerous, bro.
What triangle? What's Blue talking about there, Mobius? Can you help us out with that one?
Yeah, he so you know how he is saying that he's got evidence of a triangle of more than 180 degrees. Well, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
He's saying that he's got a triangle of a sum of angles greater than 180 degrees. And it's gotten, he's so twisted up that now he's asking me what triangle. Like, he's so mad about it. It's like, you don't have a triangle, dude.
Yeah, because the diverging at the top.
I agree with you totally. I find I cannot argue, I cannot draw, and I cannot think at those three things.
I'm looking for.
Yeah, this is just part of the thread on the YouTube comment section that has been going on, and it gets pretty hilarious. But I thought that little part was relevant since we're talking about the triangles with 3 horizontal sides.
Yeah. Again, I think Blue Marble Science is going to be having to do a bit more work, unless he thinks that debate is the end of it and he can just say, I've sorted that one. I think it's a very brave move him coming out with the stolen concept. Can you imagine?
I keep suggesting to him and to anybody who might get word back to him that he really needs to talk to the people that gave him this stuff without really, explaining the I guess the consequences of presenting it.
Yeah, I find it amazing that Blue Marble Science, speaking on behalf of the Science of the Blue Marble team, that have told us they have no proofs, is going to come with the Euclidean proof for not parallel lines, using the axiom that Blue Marble Science can't have. I think it's absolutely genius of him. It's like put yourself in the worst position you possibly could for some sort of a humiliation ritual, and then go on, get out of that. Because I'd imagine the people who put him there, right, are laughing their tits off, going, oh, what's he going to do now? Go on, Blue. Off you go.
It's like he's playing 4D squared chess. There's got to be something to it, right? He's got to have some idea of what's going on, because so far it just looks like it's really bad for him.
I'm wondering whether, at some point, well, the Realising Euclid test is just looking better and better. Like, I'm hoping everybody else is sort of working something that they could do to get it simplified even more. We already know what it is now, right? The question is, can you have a horizontal? In reality, can it be done? Can it be established? That's the test. It's all you've got to do.
I don't know if you saw earlier from the from over Blue's live stream when Betty was presenting, there was a lot of action going on in the chat.
No, I didn't quite see the chat.
Man,
Is it all horizontal chat?
Yeah, there's a lot of, yeah. Posted some in the live chat, some of the screenshots.
Wow, Hex, what are you doing? Let's see, somebody asked him to post some screenshots.
Is it like an Inception thing or something?
Yeah.
What's he got going on?
I don't know. Must be having some fun. Well done, Hex. You get a bonus for posting in the Discord chat as well. It's good. Picture of a picture. He did get asked. Saragaki asked him. I don't know what it's meant to be. I'd imagine, right, that most of the time when you think, what? It's because, right, they're mad. It's not because they're doing anything, they've got any sort of plan or anything. No. They're just mad. And I don't know whether we should be engaging with mad people. Anybody that's obsessed with something like this, I don't know. It's been a good study of the minds of people, and I now know exactly why I'm here. Like, exactly what I've been put here for is to learn some lessons that hopefully I can teach to my son. Help him through these times, because there's some really weird times coming, especially for kids. You need to be able to prepare them for the mind fuckery that people are willing to play on them. They need to be prepared. Everybody needs to be prepared for the bullshit that occurs in everyday life by adults to other adults and children. Because of a madness that's been handed to them. And there is a way of just sort of not dealing with it. I mean, that's half of the problem, right? Half of the problem within all of this is that those other people that aren't aware of it are probably better off not being aware of it. Or are they? How do you know? Are people better off living obliviously to the contradictions they hold? Or should you tell them? Do you want to be the one that tells them about the contradiction that they might not be able to ever get out of their head again? Might drive them mad, like the people that we know.
Kind of a responsibility. It's hard to. You don't want to force something on somebody that's going to cause them pain. I mean, that's just mean.
Yeah. I mean, half of the reason we're here in this server is because at least we get decent conversations and we can, you know, we can bounce ideas off without anybody name calling or saying you're stupid or a moron or whatever. I mean, that's why we're here. But they still come to us. Blue Marble wanted the debate. Blue Marble wanted the debate with you, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'd call it a debate.
Well, yeah, he asked for it though, right? He wanted to show himself that he could better you within the debate format.
Yeah, but it wasn't really a debate format.
Well,
so I don't.
No, yeah, I know, yeah.
Maybe that might be his intention, but yeah.
Within this debate format, then, right? We're trying to do our best of getting it back to whatever, right? Just a conversation. Which a debate should be, right? It should be a good backwards and forwards that people should be able to listen to as though they're going to learn something, or, you know, at least be amused or see the back and forth.
An exchange of ideas.
Yeah.
There's no win or lose. There's just a gaining of knowledge and hopefully understanding.
Yeah, there need be no ripping new assholes within debate. It's okay, we'll leave that out. Let's just have the conversation.
It's strange to me that there's like a desire to win a conversation like that. It just sounds like it doesn't make any sense. You know, like, what do you mean you're going to win a conversation? Like, what's the point of having the conversation if you're just trying to win it? Like, is there any value in that?
Don't think so.
You know, sophistry. Like, who's the better sophist? You know, it's like, what's the point?
Well, in the dialectic, right, the back and forth, then no. But in order for the rhetoric for other people listening, I don't know. I think I've learned a fair bit, and I definitely know that I've talked to quite a few people.
I mean, I understand the value in the back and forth exchange, but as far as, you know, having the ultimate goal of winning a conversation, that just doesn't seem like it has any value at all.
Yeah, in a sense, a debate has no meaning. A conversation would be far better. Because a debate, somebody has to lose and somebody has to win, right? But in a conversation, both people could win.
Mm-hmm.
I think within the debate, it's for the people listening, right? And it's just each side putting their point out. But I mean, I think originally it was about like political and religious sort of matters, matters that can't be sorted empirically, whereas level and horizontal it shouldn't be debated. That's so fucking ridiculous. That's the point that I was putting out here, right? There's a reducto ad absurdum within the whole idea of debating something that's a known established fact. Just these guys. It's the way that everybody's allowed them to have this position in order to go along with their fucking conversations or their debates or whatever. It just makes no sense. It's literally nonsense.
Well, like Stark Otter earlier, you know, I'm explaining how the relationship between horizontal and vertical is perpendicular, and you can't have one without the other being what they are. And his response is, but why? Like, what do you mean, but why?
Yeah, it's this exploded mind, right? Like, you've got to come to a point at some point and say, we've been doing this for years, right? These guys within this arena, the ones that they want us to be part of, which we obviously aren't, they're not worth talking to, really. Because you can't seem to have the conversation about it. ECV was probably one of the most effective things. When we found that, right? We were looking for the words to be able to put it together. A bit like equipotential angle of adjustment. Existential cognitive veiling, right? This one issue about horizontal and level is the one thing that they don't want to look at. They can't address it.
It destroys their whole thing. How could they?
Well, they being the whole thing.
House of Cards.
But Blue Marble said now, and McToon as well, they've got measurements to show impossible. And it's not just impossible because I say that level is horizontal. It's impossible because I know I can prove that level is horizontal. And I know that they can't disprove something like that. Which they like to say it's the burden of proof. But on matters like this, nah. Now they've got the extraordinary claim on this one.
Yeah, I mean, you need a level to establish horizontal. So, but how are they going to even attempt to prove?
Yeah, they're going to try a reversal.
Yeah, that's so weird.
They're going to say we've got the burden of proof to prove that level is horizontal, even though we've presented arguments and tests.
Well, yeah, it's like here's a level. I'm going to use it to establish a horizontal. Done.
It's so obviously diletheism, right? Because everybody knows that one thing is what they say. Level is horizontal. They say level is horizontal at a point.
Oh, I forget who it was earlier, but they brought up a good point. Like how long is that horizontal? What's the length?
It can't be.
It can't have a length, right?
Yeah.
Not the horizontal if it's only horizontal at a point. And if it can't have a length, then it can't be a line. And if it can't be a line, then what is it?
That's their new argument. Point geometry, point horizontals, point verticals. That's it. That's it. That's the new thing.
Oh no, it would be nice, but when we've got check that out. He's there. Realising Euclid. Get it in there. Look at that. So good. That's the straight line. That's the reason that they say at a point is because way back on Twitter, when I was first starting to look at this and look through Euclid, you work out that the straight line of any length, because it's unscalable, right? Or you can scale it or you can extend it. It's part of one of the propositions, postulates, sorry. That a straight line a terminated straight line can be extended at any length in a straight line. Same straight line. So all you have to do is have 2 points and you can share a straight line segment to prove that you can extend that straight line indefinitely.
Well, now, Stark Otter, the other day, he was talking about a line with the ends being A, B, and let C be in the middle of that, where he says you establish horizontal. He said that the segment AC is parallel to that line at C, and CB is parallel to that line at C. But horizontal at A is not horizontal to B.
Delineate with geometry. It's amazing.
At the same locations. It's weird. And then, you don't understand. Well, you shouldn't understand that. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
If you understand that, then there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Yeah, if you imagine that you can understand it, then you're mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's only being nice to them. To let them know. Because, seriously, should you be placating these guys and their madness by engaging in conversation with them? Are you entertaining a madman? And is that a good thing?
Well, half the time I'm just trying to figure out if they're being serious or not, because you never know. On the internet, people just mess around for, whatever reasons. I can't really
troll it,
divine their motives, but
yeah, it's time to grow up a bit. I mean, I've done my research. I've literally had a debate with Blue Marble Science about level being horizontal, where he took the opposing position. That's never occurred in the history of debates ever. Ever. And so that's it. That's the pinnacle. I don't know what else I could do. I could sell them a stolen concept, or make them do a stolen concept by just asking them to come and talk to us about something. That's all we've ever been doing, is saying, come and have a chat. And now the position that they're in, I've seemed to have manifested everything into their argument. It's madness. So I don't know what they've got planned, but there's going to be some strange times. I only think there's about 5 or 6 of them now as well. Hex. We're asking about 8 inches per mile squared. Do you square the mile, or do you square the 8 inches? Mentally. Or what's the squared part? If it isn't a square, how do you work that one out? Drop of what? X. Have you ever worked that one out, Mobius? I know you've got a bit of a mathematically logical mind, haven't you? 8 inches per mile squared. Right, that one that McToon says, that's the drop of level from horizontal. That's the difference between level and horizontal. 8 inches per mile squared. Now, when everybody thinks of that, they think 8 inches drop over a mile. So you've got a vertical 8 inches and a horizontal 1 mile. Right? Would you agree that sounds like the normal sort of thing?
I mean, you would square the miles.
Yeah. So you would have like a mile square and then 8 inches. Where would you put the 8 inches at the end of the... Because that would cause a tilt, wouldn't it, on that mile square?
Yeah, 8 inches at the end of a mile.
It just seems really strange for them to go, no, the mathematical. We'll just square the number. And you think, well, isn't that like a quadratic equation then? And they'll go, yeah. Oh, very mathematical. You realise that's fucking impossible. I can imagine a tilting plane tilting somehow across a square, whether it's in the middle and it's tilting down or... Right? Because drop hump. You've got to employ the drop hump. And when you imagine your mile... where's the tilt? The 8 inches, is it? Because you've got to put yourself in the middle of that plane, haven't you? And have the drop around it. But it's a circle. It's not a square. Like, where did the square go? The moment you start thinking about it, it becomes so plainly mathematical and just impossible to work out. It's not logical, is it? Once you start to look at the 8 inches. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, when you look at the vertical relationship or a perpendicular relationship, then on a circle, a drop somewhere from some point would turn that line into a chord. You would have a rise in elevation somewhere. So how can it be a drop when it's rising?
Yeah. It's where do you put yourself on that 8 inches per mile squared? Drop hump problem. Massive.
And how about if there's 2 people? Where do you put the second person?
Yeah, the logical implications. Is it any wonder that they've stopped teaching logic?
Yeah.
Can you imagine how difficult it'd be to have an inquiring child with a logical mind in the school system asking questions like that of the teacher?
Oh, that's it. We're not going to teach logic anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to get rid of that. Fucking hell. We can't have teachers being asked questions that lead them to fucking cog dis. Can you imagine how many teachers would be like, well, you've seen what these teachers are like. Matt, is it? spaghetti scientist. He claiming to be a teacher. Imagine how he'd get triggered by questions like that. What does 8 inches per mile squared mean? No wonder it doesn't get taught. But isn't that impossible, sir? Well, that's what they do. That's what they use.
Stop asking questions.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. I don't have to imagine. I was one of those brat kids.
Yeah.
I asked my teacher, "Ma'am, why is cat spelled with a C and not a K?" And you should have seen the look on her face.
Hex imagines that a square function has got nothing to do with a square. It's just a mathematical function. He's separated the geometric roots of mathematics from the geometry of the square. He can now literally say square and have it nothing to do with the square. That's amazing, right? That's blue marble science and mathematics. That's how funky he's got now with it. Like, freestyle that shit.
That's opposite of what it has to be. It's not has to be because of feelings, but it doesn't work another way. You're gonna square a number and have it not be the product of squaring the number. Like what are they talking about?
Doesn't realize what the roots of it are. He doesn't understand what the square is, the square function within mathematics. He literally. Buster gave us a video to look over, right? If anybody's in there, I'll put it out. I think we're going to have to start doing a series of this sort of knowledge and stuff, right? So this guy says you break up knowledge into 4 parts. And you have the known at stop 1, right? The stuff that you know about, right? You know it. And because of that, you have the known unknown, right? Because you know there's stuff that you don't know yet, but you know you want to learn it, right? You know you're going to get there. So it's a known unknown. Then you have the unknown known, right? The stuff that you've forgotten about, but you still know it, right? This is the bit where they're at, right? They've forgotten that. They don't have it as a known unknown. They have it as a unknown, right? Because they didn't ever actually know it in the first place. So they've never learned the fundamentals of geometry. And now it's all just assumed. And the last one, was the unknown, right? You could never know about it because you just don't know about it. The ignorance factor of it all, right? There's shitloads that you don't even know about. And you don't know anything about it.
Yeah. And then sometimes people, at the hint of finding out what they don't know, sometimes reject even the prospect of learning about what they don't know because of fear of, upsetting, the fear of going through cogdis.
Yeah.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Don't tell me.
Yeah. But I mean, that only occurs once you've been shown a contradiction, shown 1 or 2, it doesn't matter how many, right? But then you become fearful. You know which avenues are going to lead you down that path to show you these contradictions. But if you've already seen it before, then you're obviously holding contradictions that you're keeping yourself away from. I mean, sometimes it might be helpful, right? Your mind might be shielding you from coming to the realization. Your mind might know you better than you do. And it might be better for you to carry on in ignorance. But hanging round here, it's not going to help you. Like, there's no need to fight it. Just, I don't know. Keep your mind safe, however you have to do that. But don't think engaging is going to help you. Trying to get you to overcome whatever. Like Hex is in the chat saying, hey, everybody has their own horizontal and your own drop. Just carry it round with you wherever you go. It's always there, in front of you and behind you.
Yeah, there it is. Point physics, point geometry.
Yeah.
It's a next new thing coming up.
Well, I do
Reciprocal angles are on their way out now.
You know where you have a coordinate system, X, Y, Z? Coordinate system, right? You've got the XY plane and Z. Now, if, let's say if, their vertical is perpendicular at 1 point and 1 point only, and that's wherever you are. Yeah? You with me?
That's the one, yeah.
What do they call the intersection of the Z with the XY plane?
Ooh. Point? I don't know.
It's a zero, right?
Yeah.
0, 0, 0, 0.
3 points equals 0. Yeah.
Now, if you move, where does that point go? with you?
You would think.
Yeah. So everywhere you go, wherever you are always at 0, 0, 0.
Yeah, it's a moving point. Absolutely. Yeah.
So how do you measure anything? If that's your coordinate system, it's a personal coordinate system, like Hex says. You carry it around with you. You've got like a little horizontal skirt. Walking around with it.
Madness.
Treadmill.
Yeah.
A 3-point skirt.
Yeah. Always just you and your 0, and everybody else can have their own zeros as well.
Yeah, when you walk down the street, the ground moves under your feet. You're not going over the ground. Yeah.
I think
now you're starting to get it.
Well, it's even more grandiose than that, right? Because they're literally putting themselves at the 0 point of everything. And they can all have their own 0. You can have yours and I'll have mine, and we can all be the 0 point. You know, like I'm fixed attention all around me. I'm the vertical. No, I'm the only vertical. I have it over here. Yeah.
Let's not argue. We can all be verticals and horizontals.
I gotta drop out. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, catch you later. Thank you.
Later, bro.
Get participation.
Just like everybody's on top, right? Everybody's on top. Same thing.
Yeah.
Wow. Hex said you could take your 0, 0, 0 with you. I mean, he's admitting it, right?
Yeah.
But their coordinate system's always at 0 wherever they are. That's the only place vertical's vertical. That's your starting point for your XYZ graph.
Instead of 007 bond, you're 007 bond. Forget the 7. It's just
It makes them all very important, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So it might have to change the coordinate system that they have. like Hex. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's got to be a bot. Somebody's wrote like a ridiculous bot for the globe. It's like nobody's actually willing to say this stuff for themselves, so they put these bots out there that do this. He says, Hex. No, there are verticals and horizontals everywhere. They just aren't the same. They're not the same. The verticals and the horizontals aren't the same. It's like a vertical isn't the same as a horizontal? Really? Or the horizontal isn't the same as a horizontal?
Why'd they give him different names then?
I think that, you know, like this, I did a video the other day, the consequences of the debate. The consequences of that debate will have ripples going on forever. Because we can just keep bringing it up. Look at the state that they're in. I'm triggered with verticals and horizontals and the ridiculous consequences of trying to inject a model into it. It's so easy to point out contradictions now. How ridiculous the model is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, like, yeah, it's his globe. It has to be. It's fucking ridiculous. It's impossible as well. Ridiculously impossible. It couldn't be the globe if it wasn't.
Besides the point that you have to suspend reality to believe in the globe, I mean, everything else is fine.
Yeah. Hex is, I mean, like, if Hex is willing to say it, then everybody's, come on. There you go. Look at Hex. I mean, this is what you've got to be prepared to do, right? It's his globe. It has to be. And then a vertical isn't the same as another vertical. Like, verticals aren't the same. Who the fuck thought the verticals were the same? Within the law of identity, right? Verticals, vertical, but it's not the same.
Let's ask him a question. Hex, you're standing there, right? You're standing where your feet are, right? How far can you, if you make a horizontal, right? How far can you extend it? Your personal horizontal. How far can you extend it?
Into the break, that's a bit harsh. We choose to say here, horizontals are parallel. Don't mention the V bit. All horizontals are parallel. It's good enough. Keep it at that. They seem to be.
How far?
Go on.
How far can you extend it, Hex? How far? If you buy a level from Home Depot, right? How far can you make that level? How far can you extend it? See that? I don't like extending it at all.
Extending a point.
You see?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's the answer right there. The point. They want to stay right there. They have to. This is where the dialetheism comes in, right there.
Which has no path. That's their horizontal. Yeah. Yeah, we know. We've been there. We've done it. We told you that, Hex. We told you you'd have to say that. We told you.
You don't want to be in that place, Hex. Mm-hmm. You don't want to be there.
That's what he answered. I can't see it on the YouTube, but he said he doesn't extend it.
Yeah.
He doesn't like to extend it.
He's
man, I was thinking of a couple different answers that he might answer, or he didn't pick any of those.
Technically, that's that technology, isn't it? That thing he was talking about, Hex. That Betty was talking about, the one that you have like a priestly love of, like a religious type thing, technical. That's just you know, the new science, the blue marble science, that tells you that a level is only level at the center.
Yeah, point geometry, point physics. That's the new wave coming.
I like the idea of always being a level at the center, which is exactly what the Euclid test shows, the Realising Euclid test. Level at the center. Yeah, all the way along. Everywhere. Equal elevation, straight line, within a plane.
They have to say crazy stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, watch this. Hex, if I stand straight and extend my arms outward on either side like a T, and I have two plumb bobs hanging, are they going to be parallel? Watch this answer. Maybe has to think a bit on this one.
No, I don't think that's not dawn level. Hex has been in. He sounds like Kermit the Frog.
See, he answered. Not quite.
Mm-hmm.
See, they're not quite parallel. He has to. He has to. Or else point geometry, point physics, point horizontal won't work. This is like advanced blue marble science stuff, no?
Hex is always the one that comes round that's willing to say the most stupid shit. Most globe earthers aren't willing to say this stuff. Hex is must have been given special rights in times.
He has the power.
Sheer struggle that they send him out.
He has the power to bend parallels, to tilt verticals.
The power of Glohoba.
Glohoba.
It's definitely going to be. It's a new religious cult. Yeah, and you know that because people go to a mantra. I've talked to a few people and been discussing them, and at a certain point they just say, "The Earth is a globe." Out of nowhere, for no apparent reason, as though it's sort of an automatic reaction. They reach this point of aporia or something, right? The cog-dis reaction, and they just come out with a nervous reaction of the Earth is a globe.
That sounded like soy boyish, like perfectly.
It's like paid with. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It comes from nowhere. I've heard it quite a few times, and I've thought, recently I've been thinking, that's not right. That's like an internal thing. It's ECV, but it's getting them to say something. It's like a nervous reaction.
Yeah. It's no. Whatever. It's not like that's what I was gonna say. Is Paige was saying earlier about the triangle. Well, it's not a triangle if you take it apart, and it's not a triangle. It's like you could say that with anything. Like, well, that's a table. No, not if you take the legs off of it, and then you know, it's not a table now. Yeah, no shit.
It's talking about planer. That was a good one. Planer. But the machine that you put wood through.
Yeah. That's good. I like that.
Just a single curve. Just one. That's wrong though, isn't it? Hex, you're terrible at that. A circle.
With infinite tangents.
Yeah, a circle has a single curve. That's the only thing that has a single curve. If you have two circles, don't have a single curve. The hex seems to be going with spherical.
It's a lot of tangents he wants to put on it, though. An infinite amount of tangents.
Well, at a point, points that of which has no part. Oh, sorry, a horizontal. You can have a tangent at every horizontal around the circle. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. An infinite amount. It's crazy the way they think.
Well, unless you have a horizontal that is a tangent, and then you rotate underneath of it.
Yeah, you'd be rotating the ball.
Right.
Can you envision that all tangents on a ball scenario, how it would look like?
Well, you can have a tangent, Tony. But the problem comes when they want their surface to be 2D. And that's your problem, having a tangent to a 2D.
For circles.
You can't have a tangent to a 2D, can you? Because 2Ds are straight.
What hex?
Oh, was that? I see.
I can't. Infinite slices of pizza. That's a bargain.
What's Hex going on about? Were you talking to Hex then? Why the heck not?
I think he's responding to Tony.
Yeah, Hex doesn't know Tony. Hex hasn't got a clue. He's obviously a diletheist. Because he has a concept of a circle and a tangent, but they are Euclidean. He's not aware that he doesn't have Euclidean yet. In fact, I don't think all of these guys, I don't think they're aware of how fundamental geometry is within the foundation of mathematics.
He can have infinite tangent lines at every point.
Yeah, Hex, you mad? That's what would happen if you were dealing with a Euclidean ball, 3D. And since you're doing that, you can't say horizontal tilting. You can't do that. It's not within the rules. But you are actually admitting to a Euclidean ball the moment you put a tangent on it. Okay, I think it's getting a bit late. Anybody wants to come into the Discord, have a quick chat afterwards, where we're at. We're about to be finishing this up. Been a bit of a weird night tonight. Thanks to Betty. That was really good. Get busted. Anybody got any final words that you want to get in? Buster.
Yeah, come back to reality, ballers. Sanity.
I don't think you can say ballers now, right? It's not a matter of that. It's a matter of what you already do to yourself. I think most of this stuff's already been done. People have to deal with it personally now. Should be interesting. Good times to come. What day is it? Is it Friday?
It's Thursday.
Friday. Tomorrow. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. Thanks for watching. Come tomorrow. Free for all Friday. No doubt. Hopefully we can get Emma. Buster singing us out. Oh. Let's give it a go.
Everybody's got a path to choose. You can critically think or give yourself to accepted information too. Well, you got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Fast to what you know. Don't let their opinions throw you off. You got to stay the course you're on. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. Comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Contemplate before you make a choice. You got to let your voice be heard. You'll never see this place again. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths. Eliminate the wrong path to take. You'll find the answers that you need. Try not to enable the thoughts. They got enough problem with this bridge to cross. No matter what I say, they're doomed. You got it right. Everybody's got their own way to go. There comes a time you have to choose. You can't hold two conflicting truths.